on the hill for something they've not looked into. I mean, the ignorance is through the roof. The condescending cockiness is, it's ugly. You know what I mean? And I just can't believe, like you said, it goes beyond religions, borders. It's just got a grip of them. It's scary.
Yeah, like people in far-flung cultures, societies far away from the West, far away from America itself, seem to have this passion, this belief, this sincere belief in the Apollo moon missions, as if it's a source of natural pride, national pride, as if they're taking part in the pride of the American dream. And I find that very bizarre.
Well, they want to be part of that tribe. They want to be part of. They want to be part of that winning team.
Right. But I think half of Russians never bought into the moon landing and don't today. Haven't you seen those polls too?
Oh yeah, it's epic. It's really epic. Like even millennials, like American millennials.
I mean, I dare say more people outside of America, it's a percentage-wise, might believe it than people inside America. Is that not evidence of propaganda?
Yeah, especially considering the level that the federal government, the executive branch is in right now. It's very reminiscent of like the Nixonian era.
Yeah. I was watching some interesting commentary by science communicators on the 3I Atlas comet that's making its way and making its rounds in the news. Is it intelligent or is it natural? And one of the scientists behind its I guess, not necessarily discovery, but tracking it, basically said this in an interview. She said, our job is to give the public the tools they need to decide for themselves whether or not this is natural or whether it shows signs of artificial intelligence, whether it's synthetic or intelligent. Our job is to basically let the public decide. I thought that was very fascinating. This had nothing to do with making a determination of what actually is. It had everything to do with giving the public information to decide for itself. That's kind of concerning, but that's also par for the course. I mean, this is how the globe came to be. There's not a single government that has an official stance on what the globe even is, or what the Earth even is, if it's a globe or not, I should say. The public can decide for itself.
But the public are not capable of deciding for themselves anymore. They've just bought into these stories and these ideas so much that they have an emotional response now. Once emotion's involved, all logic goes out the window.
Right, and that brings me to an interesting conclusion here. This delusion is brought on by ourselves. There isn't much of a need for world controllers to influence us and to push us and to create conspiracies for us to believe in a globe. Society has gotten to the point where it is self-delusional, self-perpetuating this myth. There's no external input required anymore. It's complete. The deception is complete.
Correct. And all they need to do now is reinforce it with movies, comedy sketches, little sarcastic comments on TV. Well, obviously the Earth's a ball. These dumb flat earthers. Well, we know the Earth's a ball, and then people just think that they've got something tangible then, because they don't want to be made fun of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, well, what if the reinforcement is also by our own doing, us as a society? That there's no intent to deceive. It is self-perpetuating. We ourselves have a psychological need to reinforce the globe delusion because of the lack of evidence. So we ourselves put globes on plumbing trucks and put globes on Sesame Street characters' t-shirts. We put globes everywhere we possibly can. We're doing it to ourselves. There doesn't need to be some evil force out there doing it to us anymore, if at all, if ever. I mean, look at the people we talk to when they say the horizon is curvature of the earth, for crying out loud. I see curvature at the beach. I see curvature when I go on a mountain. I see curvature when I climb a tree. I see curvature from an airplane. I see curvature on TV. I see curvature here, curvature there. Curvature, 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 and you really don't, and you shouldn't, even if there was curvature. Geometrically, you shouldn't from any of these places. So why should the cabal, if there even is one, spend any money on reinforcing the globe idea when so many people willingly do it to each other and themselves? Why should they take the risk of being exposed, getting caught, trying to influence people? Why should they risk that? There's no need for them to do that.
Reminds me of, is it 1984, where the kids are they're basically prefects for their parents, and they're dobbing in their parents for, reading the Bible or having any independent thought or questioning the government. It's become, and then they call free thinkers cultists. It's so ironic and inverted that, like, we're so far down this path that, people, we've got to remember just how much of an emotional response people are having, and just how scared they are to be free thinkers. It's a scary position for them, because we're not bred that way anymore. And we're here to tell you it's freeing, it's enlightening. It's honestly, it might be scary at first, but if you can just take your balls and put them on the table and just go for it, like, you'll recognize just how freeing it can be to be a free thinker.
Yeah, like in the Matrix, these people are so enamored, so dependent on the same system that they can't question it, because that would question the comforts, the creature comforts that they think they're entitled to. That these things could be taken away just instantly without any due process whatsoever, or they're not hearing anything you're saying too. Like they'll hear you say the Earth is flat, and they don't hear that. They hear you tell them you will never complete your life's dream of going to outer space.
Yeah.
Their goal, like their bucket list, the top thing on their bucket list is to go to space. And you are telling them, even though you're not, but they think you are, that they will never go to space. And the funny part is they can't even get their imagination into space in the first place. Because you try to talk to them about concepts like the overview effect and whatnot, it's completely alien to them.
You're right, Crit. It's dream crushing for them. You are crushing their dreams and their beliefs, and it's an emotional thing for them. You're bang on. And we try to be sensitive, but we get so much attitude and so much attempted ridicule that it's just so easy to clap back, fire back.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite a hard job to be responsible for your emotions, Globers, as well as trying to, communicate with you. It's a very two-handed job. You know, we do try and take your emotions into account, but at the end of the day, it's not our responsibility, it's your own.
So responsible.
Yeah, that's the best part, though, because you think like you want to be responsible because we have the authority here, the power and control. So we have the responsibility for the outcome. But it's also at the same time, we want to be an open and inclusive space. You want globalists to get some room here so they do spiral and they do get to the bottom so it can reset the conversation. But it's like it's hard to do because you can't let them spiral too hard because it will completely ruin the space at the same time. So you really got
about an hour and a half ago. I was going to reinforce this point.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
An hour and a half ago, we had a Glober who came in, who was having such a hard time with this, that he basically said, I don't care if you're right about flat Earth. I don't want you teaching flat Earth to children in schools. Rewind the tape.
Yeah, like that's even happening. Like just invented, just hallucinated, like flat earthers going around schools just like teaching kids stuff.
I mean, imagine that. I don't care if you're right. You can't be teaching this to kids in schools. I mean, it's like, God forbid you teach kids in schools that Santa Claus isn't real. You may be right that Santa Claus isn't real. Don't tell the kids in schools.
Right. Like Crit said, it's the comfort element. There's a comfort in Santa Claus. There's a comfort in the globe. It requires no thinking and storytelling. People don't want inconvenient truths. That Coriolis conversation sums it up. It's an inconvenient truth that there's no evidence of the Coriolis effect, and look how emotional he got. Why can't he just accept it? It's an inconvenient truth that you can't measure any curvature of the Earth. Why can't you just accept it, guys? You know, why do you have to fight and cry about it?
You know, on a somewhat related note, a technical note even, I spent some time this morning after I woke up looking for surveys of the salt flats, the one in Bolivia and the one in Utah. I wanted to find surveys of the salt flat geometry in absolute 3D Cartesian space. That is to say, surveys that are done without baking in the globe. And I just can't find any. And I'm going through like even LiDAR scanning of the Earth. They're like, yeah, well, you know, the sensors of the LiDAR scanner is built in such that as soon as the vectors of light are received on the sensor, it immediately calculates everything, the position and latitude, longitude, applies WGS84, blah, 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 blah. It's really difficult to get the raw, unprocessed sensor data from all the vector scans. And I'm like, why are they doing this? And I'm like, so is there any way to get any scan of these salt flats depicting that the vertical axis is all perpendicular to the planar axis and parallel to each other? And basically the answer is no. It pre-calculates in radial verticals that are not parallel to each other. And I'm like, well, where can I get this raw data? It's like, well, basically you have to have, you know, root access to these machines, to these scanners, which requires going behind corporate proprietary information and all this stuff. Like, basically, you will not get access to it unless you're the damn engineer who built it. And maybe it's not even engineered in a manner that it can be separated, that the raw, unfiltered vector scans can be separated from the model that's applied afterwards. They build it in. Like, it's got to the point, I mean, these engineers are doing this. They are baking in the globe to everything. And it's becoming nearly impossible with modern technology, with software and microelectronics architecture, to disengage the globe from the technology that's supposed to be surveying and measuring the Earth. You know, if they want their industry stamps of approval, if they want their calibration stamps of approval, if they want to have their government stamps of approval, they got to bake in, you know, WGS84, the geoid, they got to bake in the globe somehow. Otherwise, it won't be deemed accurate enough for scientific use. It's freaking crazy. It's just like that with the ADARU and the inertial navigation systems of these airplanes for obtaining the pitch data. We want the raw, unfiltered, unmolested measurements of the plane's orientation with respect to a fixed frame of reference. You can't do it. If you can, it's all, you know, behind these black boxes, and you'll never have access to it because companies won't give up proprietary data, and there may even be national security concerns. So again and again, it's becoming nearly impossible to separate the mathematic globe model from the physical measurements that are being done with these high-tech instruments.
It's begging the question. It's banking on our ignorance, and they have the zealots. They've got a religion. They've got a cult.
Yeah.
They've got a religion, and now they don't need direct data or evidence to convince anybody of anything anymore. It's a real shame. Grinds my gears.
This has profound implications. I mean, it means, absent of other kinds of corrections or additions, the physical measurements being mangled, being contorted to globe models, are producing inaccurate physical measurements. But it's all consistent with each other, so nobody thinks to question it. And it's frustrating because we could have actual physical measurements if they decouple the damn globe model from everything.
Oh, this is funny shit.
I mean,
dude. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It is.
I was like thinking about something else, but I kind of blurred it.
Okay.
There. My bad.
It's why we have to go out and do our own measurements. Anyway, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, I've been kind of okay. This is a little bit derailed, but I've been kind of like busy this week, so I haven't had a lot of time to look at just like other sort of side news and stuff. So apparently, GameStop had declared the end of the console wars. So then, yes, by brokering a deal that allows, oh crap, I just lost it. Whatever, the Master Chief, the guy with like kills shape-shifting aliens and shit. Oh fuck, whatever. Okay, so then, so Trump added this to the wars that he ended while president.
The console wars.
Yeah, he ended another reason for him to get the Peace Prize, because now there's another war that he's ended.
Unbelievable. I mean, at this point, the console wars have lasted about as long as the Cold War.
The global war on terror.
Global war on Nintendo, man. When Nintendo came out, there really wasn't much competition because Atari was old and was going out of business. Sega Master System wasn't that popular, but that was an 8-bit console before Sega Genesis. And it was just Nintendo, man. Nintendo was it. And then came Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, almost back-to-back with each other. Holy shit. The schoolyard brawls that would happen over which is better, Sonic the Hedgehog or Super Mario World?
Yeah, it's like the Sega had like a lot of sport games and like bigger characters and, you know, like better hitboxes and whatnot. And Nintendo was like Sega was considered like the older kids system.
Yeah.
And Nintendo was like for little kids. Then you had the whole like made in America thing, right? Like, was a Sega supposedly like, made in America? So you had kind of like a mini trade war
I
going
don't know.
on.
They're pretty sure it's a Japanese company too, but I mean, there was Nintendo of America, and I'm sure Sega of America.
Yeah, so originally it started in Hawaii in 1940.
I mean, there were those.
Yeah, but then moved to Japan.
Yeah. Hey, remember, Sega Genesis has blast processing because Sega does and Nintendo don't.
Nintendo don't.
Yeah, that was the commercial, man. The console wars from the early '90s, like 1990, even like that. Been that freaking long, folks. Like 35 years of console wars, and Donald Trump ended it, folks. Donald Trump ended the Great Console War in 1990.
So there it is. Now he rates a Nobel Peace Prize.
How's that White House remodeling going?
It's like demolishing.
You know, I keep hearing demolishing, and you know what I'm probably going to say is I've seen the imagery of the demolition, and it looks like they're just destroying a portico on the far end of the East Wing, like a covered deck, essentially. Is that really all they're doing? And people are losing their minds over it? Or are we supposed to lose our minds over it to over-exaggerate how bad it actually is because, you know, Orange Man bad? I don't have a dog in this fight, personally. Apolitical.
Yeah, it's like they make it out that the other side is any different than their side. Like there's a dime's bit of difference between a Republican and a Democrat. They're like, well, those Democrats are socialists. Didn't you guys just send like $20 billion to some country in South America, like Argentina or whatever? Is that socialism? Well, yes and no, and Democrats.
Well, if America does socialism right, it's capitalism.
Oh yeah, that's capitalism. So you're propping up countries in South America so you can stabilize their governments so they don't send immigrants here. Which party did that? Oh, they both. Oh, the both of them. Okay. Which party is endless perpetual warfare? Oh, they're both that. Okay. Which party is domestic surveillance? Both of them. It's like they're
Right.
arguing over, should you spend like X dollars on food stamps or X plus one on food stamps?
Yeah.
It's the same shit. It's exactly the same. Like, you can't tell the difference. They both want massive gun control. They'll tell you, oh, well, Republicans are for gun control. Well, can a police officer disarm you at will? Well, yeah. Well, that's not a right to bear arms then. If a police officer can say, oh, I noticed you bumped the white line. Now I'm going to seize every gun in your vehicle. You don't have a right to bear arms. Someone hot mic in there?
Someone is probably trying to disrupt.
Yeah, except for they're not doing a good job of it.
Right, so it's like, the prison borscht is cold, but the other guys are going to make it warm. Vote for the other guy. He's giving you warm borscht. This other guy gives you cold borscht in prison. This guy will break your leg, but the other guy will only break your wrist. And then they just trade places every few years and hope people don't notice. One party serves up the ball, the other spikes it, and then the other party serves up the ball, and the one party spikes it. And you just go back and forth. You're the monkey in the middle. What happened to the anti-war protests of the early 2000s? Antiwar.com, Code Pink, all of that. Where is the anti-war left today?
Well, they had to dissolve.
They're gone.
Once they saw Obama was just as much of a war hawk as any of the other guys. I'm thinking, if you just vote for a left-winger, they'll end the wars. No, he expanded the wars into 13 more countries.
Right, so Bush served the ball, Obama spiked it. And then Trump served up the ball in 2020, and then Biden spiked it. And then Biden served up the ball in 2022, and Trump spiked it. So it's not really accurate to say they're the same because they oppose each other at the same time very often. Sometimes they do. NASA. I mean, isn't it great? Like NASA can dissolve and unite political differences between people. Who cares if you're a Republican at NASA or a Democrat at NASA? We're here for outer space. We're here for the overview effect.
Yeah, we're going to move humanity forward. Kicking and screaming. Just long keep writing those blank checks.
Listen to the Globers in here. Who cares if you're from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from Kenya, from America? It doesn't matter, man. The Apollo moon missions was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Everybody can get behind that. It just dissolves the political differences, and we can unite behind Apollo. Behind Apollo. The world unites behind Apollo, a Greek god.
Artemis, like the Artemis Accords. They're just stunned at which countries are or aren't signing them.
The world unites behind Artemis. The world unites behind Apollo. And yet we think it's a godless religion? It's like, I'm going to say I'm a scientific atheist at NASA. Well, I'm going to say I'm a young Earth creationist at NASA. We can both believe together in the moon missions, and we can hold hands. We can both unite behind Apollo. We can both unite behind Artemis. You guys are silly if you think there's such thing as a one world religion. If there is a one world religion, it's definitely not at NASA. NASA has nothing to do with it, guys. Just look in the other direction. look the other way, folks. Why would NASA be purveying a one world? Everybody knows they're scientific, but let's unite behind Apollo. Let's unite behind Artemis. Apollo brings world peace. It's so fucked up and obvious what's going on if you have the eyes to see.
Who is Apollo?
Who is Apollo? Well, the Greek god, a warrior representing everything from health to plagues. Apollo is one of those gods that basically has as many roles, as many purposes as you can throw onto him.
Okay, thanks. I got it.
Yeah, Apollo. Like the Apollo moon missions, named after the Greek god Apollo. Carried a bow and arrow. I think he's the same as... Is he the same as Orion?
No, I think Orion's just a mortal. Like I don't think he was.
Or Hercules? Something,
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Apollo will heal you. Apollo will also kill you. Apollo will sing you songs. And Apollo will spread plagues. Apollo does it all. God of light, God of knowledge, will spread knowledge and wisdom.
Okay, I have a question. Is Zeus top of all Greek gods? Or
Zeus.
anyone
Is
else?
Zeus. Yeah, I think, isn't Zeus considered like the father? Like Jupiter?
Yes, like the Almighty in Greek mythology.
Yeah, the top god. Is Zeus the creator? I don't really know. Zeus is the
I mean,
father of
they
the Greek
have.
gods, not the Roman. Correct, Adam. Yes.
Yes, he's the creator or not, I'm not sure, because Greek gods have very different roles based on their works. Like Poseidon is responsible for sea, and Hercules is for strength. For war, we can count on Ares, etc.
Yeah, I am conflating mythologies a bit, mainly because I find it also confusing. I mean, the Greek panoply of gods alone is confusing enough, and then you got the Romans on top of it, and you got the Romans trying to equivocate theirs with the Greeks, and it's a clusterfuck. So yeah, I don't know my classics as well as some other people do. And he's right; almost nobody actually researches it. It's a lot to research. It really is, and I think it's worth researching, because Western civilization is built on this stuff, and whether you like it or agree with it or not, it's important to know. But on a more broader point, though, it's going back to what I was saying. Like this, it's really interesting what's come out of the unification of space as this conceptual backdrop where anything is possible, a place where you can gaze into but never actually reach. And gods and human destiny. I mean, all of this is being wrapped up into a modern space program that provides a veil of scientific materialism. It's just remarkable what's taken place. And here we are, 2025. We think we've advanced. We think we've progressed as a people because of the technology we use. We think we're so freaking smart. we think, in in our modern age and in our very Hollywood-driven society, we're taught to laugh and scoff at the religious nutters, and at the same time hold fast to very religious beliefs. Like man's destiny being the stars, Hollywood stars. Yeah. Hollywood stars, right? Just like the demigods. I mean, right? Hollywood stars are just like the demigods. History really does repeat itself. But what makes it different this time is this crazy technological overlay that doesn't resemble anything that we can dig up in the ground from our past. And how quickly this has all happened, this whole infrastructure. Extremely rapid. Just extreme. Like, I remember my dad telling me about like his grandpa was alive to see basically the mainstreaming of electricity all the way through the age of flight. And look what we have today. Something really is fundamentally different this time around, which I don't think could be said for the other times that have gone around. So we'll see. I mean, maybe we're at the end of one of these great ages like they talk about. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be cool to witness something like it in your lifetime? Yeah, this modern society could have risen and fallen 10 times. Well, maybe over a longer period of time. Like, we're not digging up miles and miles of copper cables from deep in the ground. I mean, we're not digging up electronic circuit boards that don't disintegrate. We have a whole different technology tree. It's not to say, I guess, it's any better or worse. It's just different than the kinds of technology that people may have had in previous ages. It's structurally different, but it's not to say it's like any better. I should say, not different. It's not any better. It could just be a different way, a different means of interacting with the same substrate to reality. But many past civilizations are closer to each other in the way they did that compared to this one today. As I'm staring at a big row of electronic controlled HVAC blowers outside. All right, I got to do some work. I'll be in my office. At me or chat me up if you want to talk briefly, but I'll be listening.
Hello, hello. Didn't expect all this wet weather. Like, not this bad. Hello.
Please, OBS, fix the known issue. Please. We got to do some Candace alien talk though, right? Because little sister Queen Candace over here has gone full alien. She went full David Icke. Okay. She's over here. She's over here like Chitta Uri, human nature, 5 cents reality.
Okay,
Full
dude,
David Icke. No, I'm joking.
dude, I don't know what you got
the
going
heck
on
is
right now.
Candace over here talking about she's gone full David Icke. Let's see what she says. This just caught my attention. This was crazy.
You, I don't even think these people are human. Like, I look at Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, and I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like, they just look like an Apple software that I should be able to download at night, you know? Like, when my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I know I'm human, but I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, you know? I'm not going to stab them. But I don't know if they bleed all the way. I think a battery would fall out. You know what I mean?
Girl.
And I just get that sense. I've always known it was demonic. And people just get on board because, as we talked about in this book, they are using science and this idea of technology and this idea of transforming society.
And what
for the
book
better.
is she talking about? She talking about this book right here. Esoteric Hollywood, girl. I'm joking. That's not the book she's talking about, but it is the book I'm talking about. Esoteric Hollywood 3, out right now for your perusal.
Mic check 1, 2.
Morning.
What's up, brother? So you guys are just the people I want to talk to. Hey, Crit, have you seen the Grokpedia Flat Earth entry?
No, I've been like, I missed a lot of stuff this week. I've been,
What
it's
is
like
that?
the first day I've had to really kind of just sit down and relax. I've been like just nonstop.
I didn't really get to read it other than like the first sentence and like maybe a sentence I scrolled down. It's pretty. So I don't know if you know Elon Musk released Grokpedia, which is supposed to
Oh yeah, fact check Grok or something like
it's supposed
that.
to be better than Wikipedia or something like that. So I go on the Flat Earth one. It said Flat Earth is a theory that Earth is a disk. It's the first sentence. I'm like, oh boy, right? So I scroll down quite a ways, and then they're like, the sphericity of the Earth was proven by Eratosthenes or Aristotle looking at the moon, and just it's just horseshit. So, I mean, the disc right off the bat is just like, my God, dude, can't even get one thing right.
Yeah, instantly, just an instant brain fart.
So what I'm thinking of doing, I think we should do like an event, dude, and like maybe a stage event or something. I don't know, something, and just review that whole article. I haven't read it yet, but I know it's horrible because it was long. It was really long. Like it might be 2 or 3 pages. Like you had to scroll down. I mean, I looked at it on a cell phone, so maybe it isn't that long on a PC, but it looked really long. And I was thinking like we should fact check Grokpedia Flat Earth entry in like an event or stream or something like that.
I think that's a great plan.
Yeah,
You know, it would be interesting to have an event where we deconstruct the Wikipedia article, the Grokpedia article, and a few other basic kind of ways that the normally sees anti-flat Earth material disguised as real encyclopedia.
Yeah, when you're wrong in the very first sentence, that's pretty bad. It can only get worse.
yeah, there's no recovery from that.
Well, that's the old trick of turning off the wrong people right away, and then turning on the right people right away. So it's kind of like they're making fun of their space fanboys, all like in the very first sentence. Because anybody dumb enough to believe the first sentence is going to be dumb enough to believe the rest of the article.
Yeah, I figured it's low hanging fruit and ride the hype train. So because Elon Musk is spamming about it on X, so just ride the hype train. Let him, obviously his posts everybody sees.
So is Grokpedia always going to be purely AI, or is there editing opportunities?
I don't know. I didn't look at how it worked at all. I just clicked a link and then typed in flat Earth. That was it. And then read that sentence and was like, damn. Like Grokpedia.com. Musk said it was open source, but I don't know what that means exactly. Is the code open source? Like I don't know.
Yeah, because I wonder with it being parallel to the name Wikipedia, makes me wonder if the AI is the start of it. So, if it is, then it's probably an invitation for us to go there and start editing it and working with it is by pissing us off. So it's probably intended 100% to get us to give Grokpedia free advertising.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's editable. I just because then it would just be a war, right? Especially things like, Gaza or something like that. Or January 20th nonsense, the J6 crap. Because that was one thing I saw that people were, Wikipedia says this, Grokpedia says that, whine.
One of the things I suggested some time ago, if we really wanted to do some outreach into the world of flat Earth, is to go into Wikipedia and start editing, the various citations, like, for instance, the supposed radio signal bounce off of Venus, and editing that to show the truth of what the study actually says, and stuff of that nature, and then slowly backtrack into editing the flat Earth articles and say, like going back on the very, reporting back to the various. I'm sorry, not reporting, but feeding back.
I mean, bro, that'd be a full-time job, man.
Oh, no
There's so
doubt.
many things. Like you brought up the radio bounce. My God. There's other ones like Eddington's eclipse observation. I mean, there's people even at the time that thought he was full of shit because it was like cloudy and raining. Like in his diary, he wrote that it was like cloudy and raining the entire time he was there. And like, how did he even do the observation in the first place?
Right.
But then they were like, a lot of people didn't believe it. So there was an eclipse in 1922 that a bunch of people went to go make the same observation. And it didn't, I can't remember if it matched or not, but so there was a weird part of the observation that Venus, I guess it was an eclipse where Venus would be the closest to the moon it would ever be in like 4,000 years. So Venus was very close to the moon during the solar eclipse. And they said during the solar eclipse, Venus looks stretched out in pink, and what they said like an egg shape. So some of the scientists of the day said, well, that can't happen because of general relativity. Like, why is Venus displaced like the stars? Because Venus isn't affected by, general relativity because it's beside the sun. It's not, behind it. And so the theory that was put out was that this displacement that they're attributing to general relativity is actually refraction caused by the rapid cooling of the air when the sun is no longer visible, right? Because everything gets colder. I don't know if you noticed that during the eclipse, everything gets colder.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Yeah. So this is what they said is that this displacement, it has nothing to do with bending space-time, that it's caused by refraction because of the air cooling down. And that was in 1922, and that got shoved down the memory hole just like everything else does. The whole purpose of it was to be a confirmation of Eddington's observation, which, as far as I know, has never been a confirmation of that. Have you heard of one?
But I do think that there's a place for us to strategically go in and edit a few of these articles over time, because you're going to make an edit and then somebody's going to edit it back, and then you're going to have this Wikipedia process. So it's something that would take a bit of coordination, if you will. So you would never be able to go in and edit 20 articles at a time. You would have to go in and edit 1 or 2 articles, see if there's a resulting edit war, get the page locked and dispute and this and that, and then continue on to the next couple. It would be a project that would take some time, but here's what would happen. Regardless, all of this would be logged in the talk page. So most anybody who's a semi-professional user of Wikipedia, they read the article, but then they go read what's really going on the talk page. So regardless of all of this, I think it's a good project that several of us could just slowly work on, because, like I say, everything will be logged in that talk page, and so even if they ultimately don't make the edits, we've made they revert everything, and but it's still recorded for history in the talk pages. Which are also publicly accessible and encouraged to be part of somebody's research on the topic.
Yeah, I gave up on Wikipedia decades ago, because so there was after 9/11 there was a clinical study done at Mount Sinai Hospital where they treated a bunch of people that worked on the pile at 9/11, and they found single wall carbon nanotubes in their lungs.
Really?
These are, oh yeah.
Oh.
And I put it on the 9/11 wiki page, and they freaking deleted it and then blocked me, even though it's like from a medical journal.
Wow.
So
Got my post in the chat, Jen? I'll post in the chat, dude. Check it. They got transmission electron microscope photograph or images of them.
So here's what you do.
Well, hold on 1 second. I just want to tell, for the audience or whatever. So single wall carbon nanotubes are only man-made. They do not form in nature. Okay? They can only be man-made.
Right. Of course.
Okay, so hold on just a quick second, Jim. So here's what you do, Indio, is you make sure that you go through the talk pages and you put that stuff in the talk pages. And that stuff is fully publicly available and people will see that. And so, yeah, you'll have various special interests go in and work to get you blocked and stuff like that when you start editing the articles. But what's still in the talk page is everything you put in the talk page. So what I'm getting at is, with Wikipedia, there's multiple ways to skin the cat. And so those edits and everything else can still stand.
I was gonna offer up the idea, if you had a team of editors on our side, let's say, and then we go in and each one picks a certain section of what you want to edit, and then you go in 10-handed, 20-handed editing, and then you get it all done quickly. Or is that too quick?
Well, yeah, so you want to do like one edit, right? And then you want to have in the talk pages 20 people coming in there saying, this is correct. Okay, I'm disputing this reversion. Wikipedia has a process, and that process is not scientific, it's not etymological, it's nothing like that. It's 100% based upon a popularity contest. But all of that conversation is logged and kept in the talk pages. So you're 100% correct, Jen. You just make 1 or 2 edits, and then you stand by with your 10 or 20 people to go into war mode when somebody reverts one of your edits.
Yeah, I got the idea here from Japan because there was a problem around about 2007, thereabouts, 8, where America had sent over some of these soya beans, but they were GMO ones, right? And you know, in Japan, soya is used to make like tofu, for example. Okay, now people who were using it were falling ill, right? And it was because in order to cook this particular type of soya bean, you had to cook it at 200 degrees Celsius, right? Most cookers is 100 degrees and that. You know, you can't reach, you know, to boil that water. You don't have that capability at home. So the Minister for Health and Health and Food and Safety contacted the US and asked for the blueprint on how they managed to make this particular soybean. So they sent it, and guess what they said? They sent the book. They said, you cannot photocopy it. Right? You know, you talk about 1,000 pages. So they got 100 people, and they translated it from English into Japanese. And I thought that was amazing that they would go to that length. Do you know what I mean? And employed like 100 people to help translate the book. And then that's when they found out that it was a GMO soya, sorry. Yeah. Because up until that point, they didn't realize. And then they were boycotting it, of course. No, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So do you guys think that this type of work can be just done with the AI? Because it seems like there's a lot of ideas of the old ways of how we used to do things, and just have one person like proofread everything before it gets published back to the correction. Like, let's say somebody just comes in and does a correction for something that we put in there, and then, you know, you get frustrated because you have to keep making edits because somebody keeps like messing with what we put in there. Well, why don't you just task an AI agent to like oversee this, to autocorrect every time somebody comes in there? Because that's the day and age. The day and age we live in right now, whether you like to live in it or not, is the age of the AI. So, and the technology is getting more advanced. More AIs are getting put out there. Why are we not like looking for that instead of? Yeah,
I agree with you, but also see, Wikipedia has this whole dispute process. So if you make an edit and somebody reverts it, you can go back in and now you can file a dispute, and you can file to have the page lock. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether we win or whether we lose, whether we get kicked or whatever else. But the more we pepper the top pages with our information, Wikipedia is still going to publish that for years and years and years. So my point is, though we may or may not be successful in getting articles changed, what we have is this dedicated space in the top pages that show all the conversation. And now the people who are going to dispute us, they get dragged into a conversation that if they stop, the edit happens. So now all these people who now, the moderators and things like that, they're now dragged into a conversation about why these various things are bad. So
yeah, I don't know, Barrington, if that goes to the point that I was making from the previous conversation.
My point is AI is perfect for that.
Yeah, but I mean, also like the idea of having like hundreds of people view this thing and wait for, you know, somebody changes it, like we're gonna put the team on it, like that idea is archaic. Today's world we live in, like where monitoring posts could be regulated to an AI. Whereas somebody does a change and we just have like a smart AI just monitor that and then change it back. Like it doesn't need to have like people monitoring things now that we have AI like as a part of a tool set that we can utilize.
Yeah, excellent idea.
Yeah, that whole idea of what technology is giving us right now, if we're not keeping in lockstep with it, we're going to get outperformed by the globalists. So we need to like rise to the challenge with AI along with them, because we're going to be left behind. And they're just going to outpace us. They're going to outpace us like easily.
So they will lock the page is what they'll do. And so they have a rule that if you revert a change so many times, then various things happen. So,
Well, then that's just shutting this. That's shutting the whole platform down, isn't it? That means that it's not exactly what they were saying it is. They're putting out false advertisement of saying that this is going to be for the people. If the people can't change, make, or do edits, so that's then it becomes like becomes like a gate. Yeah, hold on, Barrington. I know you want to come in, brother, but let me finish. It comes in like like Wikipedia. Like when it first started, it was for the people. Everybody can do and make their edits. But it seems like today they've locked it down to where it's now gate kept. Now you have to have permission and do this and that. And what I'm saying though, if there's any platform like what India was talking about, and we can utilize AI, we need to do that. Like instead of having to think about bringing more people on board, we just have to use the technology that's available. That's all.
No, I'm all on board. I'm all in favor of it because not only I'm all in favor of using AI to monitor this stuff and to make revisions where it can, and because that gives us more and more ammunition to pepper up the talk pages with flat Earth content. That's it. So what you're going into, any time you do something with Wikipedia, your Pyrrhic victory is the talk page, because that stuff gets cited oftentimes just like the main Wikipedia articles. So I'm all in favor of especially getting AI to pepper up the talk pages like the Flat Earth, where they talk about the Flat Earth Society and such. And whatever else, to go in and correct that shit and have AI. No, I'm right there with you, because and they really need to change the name of Wikipedia to Gatekeeperpedia.
Yeah, that's what's happened. I mean, they shut articles down to where people can't make those edits, and they can put out whatever information they want, and it's only one-sided, so no one else can make changes to it. Which is kind of like what India was talking about earlier with this medical journal that he was going to try to post. And I mean, can you imagine if that's the way it is, where you can't even post information that they're saying, but it goes against a specific narrative that they're pushing? So that's important, and it's the world we live in right now. So that needs to be recognized.
Now, if you put that stuff in the talk page while you put it in the main article, then, like I say, it's kept for posterity, even though it's not in the main article. So I always tell people, if you're going to make an edit that you're not sure will last or not, be sure to discuss it in that talk page, because now all of a sudden you have the people who are interested in what the topic is, and if they stop, if you keep going longer than they keep going, then you win and the article gets changed. But regardless, even if you lose, all of that discussion is held in the Wikipedia talk page. So it still exposes people to what we want them to be exposed to. So it's a win-win.
Adam Unsalted had typed into the text, says Wiki's founder says 4 years ago that it can no longer be trusted. So, and that there's a post from the New York Post that says Wikipedia co-founder says the site is now propaganda for left-leaning establishment. I mean, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what it is, right?
Yeah, that's because somebody came along and said, hey, there's a process here, and we can use this process.
They're propagandizing the world, and everybody just, oh, well, that's just how it works. Corporations and such. Nobody worries about like the truth of the matter. Like, truth is not anymore something people are searching for. They're just wanting an answer to the whatever question's being asked, and so long as it satisfies that, that's it. They're good. They stop looking. They're not curious anymore.
And also, that very well could have been a marketing ploy of the founder to get conservatives and others to come in and start using Wikipedia more. and to ideally contribute and things like that. But my point is Wikipedia is chaotic, and I think we can seize that chaotic nature of Wikipedia. I really do. And I like your idea of using AI. There's because I can promise you every company out there that's on there is using AI to revert bad edits and AstroTurf and everything else.
We got new people joining the channel. If anybody wants to ask any questions about the topic of the room, you can do so. If you want to be challenged on if you know the Earth is a globe or not, we can also do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So,
welcome to the room.
Hi, hello. So, if the Earth was flat, so it does not have any ends. So, how does that fit in?
Well, that's what you're saying now, friend. Does anybody in here agree with what you're saying, or are you just saying that that's how you imagine flat Earth in your head?
Like I've been to like around the globe on a flight, so I didn't see any end to this. So
What is the maximum distance? Yeah, well, let's think about it logically, sir. What is the maximum distance that the viewer would see out of an airplane window at the altitude you were? What's the maximum distance?
Okay, so you are trying to imply that the plan returned from the same path it went on.
I want you to think critically about the question you're asking and seeing if you can actually think about what distance you would see off into the horizon from an airplane window, sir. I want you to think critically about it so that you can engage with your mind, so you don't just like ask these questions that just seem to be like you wouldn't be able to process the information. I want you to think when you're asking these questions, think about it. How far do you think you can see from an airplane window at the altitude that you were? How far do you think that is? Can you picture it?
Like if it's clear, like I think 25 kilometers or 15 miles.
Yeah. Like horizontally across the surface, how far do you think you can see?
Like in both directions, I would say like at max 40, 50 miles.
Okay. And that seems like a good guess that you have. How do you think you can test that? I have a
Like,
thought
okay.
in mind to give you. I don't know if you want to take it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking horizontally across the surface and you're flying over a specific area and you know distances, right? Like from where the plane was taken off to where it reaches cruising altitude. If you see land features on the ground, as you're looking out, you could see a distance, right? Let's say there's certain land features that like a certain mountain, or let's say a certain peninsula or something, some land feature that you know of. And you say, I know from where I am right now to that landmass is X amount of distance from where I am. You could gauge a distance by using things that are on the ground, specifically from where you're located at the specific area you're flying over to where that thing is off into the horizon, where you can see as far as you can see from an airplane window. You can get a known distance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible, perhaps, I don't know if you're going to fly again, but do you think you can do that the next time you fly? Sir? I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can. Your mic is not.
He isn't talking.
God didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, sorry. So I was not following you.
Yeah.
So your point is, so we shouldn't go with all the ones that they are telling, whatever they are telling. We should go with what we see.
Well, observation is obviously a good way to know a distance from things that you understand a distance to. So if you're up in an airplane, your airplane is flying over a certain land, right? Like let's say you know where the airplane's what land the airplane's going to fly over, correct? And you take that land where you're flying over against what you can see in the distance out of your airplane window. So you look off into the horizon and you see a land feature like a mountain or some other land feature that you can say you know a distance to from where you're flying over. You get that distance where you're flying over to the distance where you can see off in the horizon. And then you can have a known distance. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But
Okay.
to imply that, if you take the Earth flat, okay, so the sun rays should like vanish in some seconds. Like it should be day. That's what I think of.
What? The sun rays what? You're kind of cutting out when you ask your question again.
No, like if you say the Earth is flat, okay. So the sun rays should get like totally dark in just 5 to 10 seconds because it's
Why?
flat.
Yeah, why?
Like you can think of it. If Earth is flat,
Yes.
so the sun rays should go off like very quickly.
Yeah, but why are you saying that? What's the logic behind that?
Like you can imagine it in your brain, like how a flat Earth would be in front of our sun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to imagine it. I experience it, but I want to know where you're coming from with your logic as to what you're imagining the flat Earth in your head, the way it works. You have to describe the logic behind why somebody would see them for 5 to 10 seconds and disappear. Like, how does that work?
Like take a torch for okay. So take a torch and then take something flat on it, okay, and then rotate it or orbit. Don't orbit. Just rotate it. So you will see that suddenly the rays should go off, like within seconds.
Have you ever seen an example of this, like what you're talking about?
Yeah, you can make it yourself. Turn on your phone's torch, and then take something flat, and then rotate it.
Rotate it above the flat surface, or how you?
Like anywhere, hold it anywhere. So when you rotate it, it should like the rays or the brightness should go from a surface or a plane. The rays should suddenly vanish, but on Earth it is gradually vanishing.
Well, that's what. Yeah, because the light's attenuating through the medium. Like obviously, it's gonna have a dimming effect.
Not
Because
exactly.
you're crossing over. You're crossing over from the sunlight's luminosity to like where darkness is, like where the light's leaving. So as you do so, it's just like the dimming effect you'd have on any of the lights that you've ever seen that you could dim. The luminosity starts to dim, and with that, you see the different colors of that because the way it's propagating through the air.
Yeah, but no, it's not because
no,
of that.
why? No, why? Why not?
Like, okay, you're right. Okay. You guys continue.
You say yeah, but no.
Yeah, but no. I was just trying to find out why he thinks that way. He imagined a flat Earth in his mind the way it works and wants to say that's the way it is.
Yeah, I think he realised he was being unreasonable when he said no. So he then conceded that, yeah, I'm a bit wrong now. I can't just say no for no reason. There you are.
Yeah, the distance to the horizon from an airplane window, it's pretty easy. I mean, if you're going to say that you see certain features on the land and you're looking horizontally across the surface, all you got to do is where you're flying over that land to where you can see off in the distance and somewhere you know the features of that land are, like some mountain or some, certain feature of land, you can be like, okay, from where I'm at flying over to that distance over there is this amount of distance away. Then you can start to realize how far you're actually seeing. I don't know why it's so hard for these guys to figure that out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a cultural thing, I think, an education thing, because they don't understand the technology they're in. They don't understand the distances that they're able to see with the naked eye, and they're not. They're so firmly believing they're in a globe. He even said it when I'm flying over the globe. He said, yet no coverage has been witnessed.
And it's like they imagine this flat Earth. I think that's what's happening when you talk to someone who's talking to you about a flat Earth. I don't know, this is like the part that I like to talk about is when they are describing flat Earth to you, they have something in their mind of how they're projecting flat Earth, what it is. And you just want to know what they mean by that. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're carrying a created image of their own from their imagination. Exactly.
Yeah,
or they might be carrying something what they heard as well.
Welcome to the new people that are joining us right now. We got Kate, Aza. Who else is in here?
Now, just before we stop that, I was just going to say for the audience, maybe we could work through just that you don't see very far from an airplane as far as the mathematics that the globe believers have given to how much how far you should see from a given height.
Yeah, it's going to vary depending on the altitude. So if you're at 35,000 feet on the low end to like maybe 45 or close to 50 on the top end, that's going to change the variance of distance. But it's something specific. If you're flying over a globe, it would be geometric, where you could see the curvature actually like cut off the viewing distance. Because that idea that if you're seeing over a globe, you could see to a specific distance where the curvature won't not allow you to see beyond, would have to be something that is very specific. And that's the thing about it. Like, that's the reason why you have distances that are like known from point A to point B, where you're flying over to where you can see off into the horizon, how far away that is, and you could know that. All right, just addressing the new people that are joining us right now. So Chayoko, welcome to the chat. Do you guys have any questions about the topic of the room? What is the topic? Does flat Earth make you angry?
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, I'm just curious about that. What are you talking about exactly? Because I don't get it.
Yeah, so a lot of people, like when they come in here, they're curious about the topic, and we're discussing the nature of our Earth. What is our Earth? And so, is the Earth a horizontal plane as we all understand it when we see it? Or is it a globe as you imagine it with these images that they show you? And of course, you can take a position to advocate for it, like, I know the Earth is a globe, and here's how I know they have measured it, or whatever, however you like. But it's a great way for you to engage with your critical thinking of how you know what you know about the Earth that you're living on. Does that make sense, sir?
1, 2, buckle my shoe.
Hello?
3, 4, buckle some more.
All right. So if you have any questions about that, then we'd love to discuss with you about it. Or anybody else. We got Kimi Zuka. Welcome to the chat. And I'm only going to go over the people who are in here.
I'm really sorry about that, but I just was in the middle of the game. Okay. So what's the question?
Do you have any questions about the nature of the Earth that you're standing on? As in, do you want to ask us why we know the Earth is flat? Or are you going to maybe want us to challenge you on how you think the Earth is a globe? Because it's not a globe for sure. But do you have time for that, or are you still playing your game?
No, actually, to be honest with you, I'm not going to be free to speak with you or have this wonderful conversation with you, but I'm a little bit curious about other people's opinion about that. So let's go ahead and listen. If anyone wants to talk about it, go ahead.
Yeah. Demacia, I don't know how to pronounce it. But one of the great things about us in this room is that we like to hear people who are curious about it. So you are somebody on this earth that your questions about the topic, like, I don't think you should feel afraid to ask. Like, anybody here. Usually sometimes it gets pretty rough when people are asking questions and stuff, but I mean, for the most part, they're genuine questions coming from you. It's like we all had these questions when we first started learning about this. You know what I mean? So I think this should be a place where you can ask your question, or at least be challenged. If you're unwilling to be challenged, that shows the position that the globe has within this conversation. Shows that people are afraid to stand up for what they think the globe is because they can't defend it. You know what I mean? But just having a conversation, you'll realize that. You'll find out. So it's like you want us to talk to someone else, but I mean, your voice also is someone that people want to hear too. Other people are coming in here just like you. I want to listen to him say something. You know what I mean? And nobody's gonna. It's like the dance floor is empty. Nobody wants to dance, and then until the first person starts dancing, then other people will be like, "Oh, yeah, let me ask the question." So,
Yeah, I got you with this, but to be honest with you, as I said before, I'm in the middle of the game, so I'm just talking to you once I end the round of the games. It's League of Legends game if you are curious about it. But I assume there is someone in this field, actually a lot of people here in this call want to ask about something or talk about something. I assume that all of you guys and that this server trying to learn English, speaking English, or listening English, or have a wonderful conversation with the wonderful people. So, in my opinion, let's go ahead and talk. Anyone who wants to talk about anything, just go ahead and join us. That would be awesome. I'm just helping you here, brother.
oh, so if anybody else wants to be challenged, you go ahead.
Yeah, this is a flat Earth server. So basically, the topic matter is generally flat Earth related, also related to the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model. And then sometimes it moves over to space, satellites, and did they go to the moon, Mars? That's the general topic matter. And then how we communicate, that kind of stuff. Okay, generally.
Small correction there, Jen. This is a flat
go ahead.
channel, flat Earth channel within the English Hub server. So
Thank you.
when you say, just so the people recognize it's flat Earth. We have a server, but this is where we have a channel in this server.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, this is the flat Earth Discord in the English Hub server. Yeah, I have to remember that.
Always pay our respects to the ones who have given us this platform.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, we got some curious folk that are joining us right now, guys. We do want to challenge you as you join in. And perhaps you're going to learn something today that you didn't know before about the nature of the earth that you're standing on right now. You think it's a globe? You can open up your mic and have a conversation with us and find out if it is or not based on how you can defend it. It's a tough position to be if you think the earth is a globe. I guarantee it. But we can only do that if you jump in and have the conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ken. So, the nature of the earth that you stand on, do you think that in history someone's measured it to be a globe? Or did someone discover this? Or how can we, from your position right now, if somebody was to ask you, do you know if the earth is a globe? What would you tell them?
So I am from India, so I would say in Vedas, our ancient philosopher write that the earth is gold, spherical. So I would give that proof for proving that the earth is.
Can I ask you a question? What ancient philosopher are you referring to? In your, was it religion?
Hindu religion, Vedas.
What was his name again? Am I getting it wrong? Veras?
No, Vedas are scriptures. I don't remember them. Let me Google this. Veds, you can say.
Okay, I just want to know where. Perhaps if you can push something in the text chat, that we can see what you're referring to. That would help the conversation. I don't want to assume.
Let me Google it so I can provide you the proper things.
Okay. Yeah, meanwhile,
Yo.
he's doing it. What's going on? Welcome to the room. Go ahead. Did you say hello? They say hello. They don't want to follow up. Okay, well, hello. Remember, guys, the nature of the earth that you're standing on right now, what is it? Is it just as we see it, a horizontal plane? Is it flat? Or is this a globe that we truly are standing on? I don't know, maybe we should change the topic. Does flat earth make you angry? I don't know if that's where we want to go with this, but it's up to you guys. I mean, you guys can chime in. I think that the more curious you are about the earth that you're standing on, the better it is for the conversation. Critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. You must ask the questions, or at least want to be challenged on if you know what you think the earth is. Did you find the,
I just sent on the chat. Look, I just sent on the chat the Vedic scriptures and related texts describe it as spherical through the use of terms like Bhugol's round earth that to describe the astronomical phenomena. For example, Bhagavata Puran describes stimulation day and night on opposite side of the earth, a phenomenon only possible on a spherical body.
What particular part of scripture was that? Can you find out which one, like cite it, like verse? That guy's sound attack didn't work.
Can you again say?
Flat Earth made him angry.
Yeah. I muted him, by the way.
Can you repeat what you want?
Yeah, the specific scripture that says with that little snippet that you put in the text, what that's referring to. Because it says Vedic scriptures and related texts describe it as spherical. Yeah, what scripture specifically is it talking about? Yeah,
It talks about.
Give me the specific scripture. I want to know where it says that. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, let me Google it. I understand.
All right. Taking a look at from all perspectives, I guess you're coming at it more from a religious perspective. But after you post this, that's one thing, right? That the specific scripture alludes to, but I don't even know if that scripture is saying what you think it says. Because the interpretations of that scripture could be where people are getting this idea. But it could actually mean something akin to flat earth versus what you might think it sounds like. Just on the basis of the scripture, not going outside and testing.
So, AV, Miggy, what is your reaction when you hear everybody knows it's a globe? Everyone knows it's a globe. What are you talking about? It's not flat because everybody knows it's a globe. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Well, that's just not true. Because knowledge comes from something that is understood by all of us to be, it's like a first principle. Like you'd have to be able to substantiate that knowledge claim. So if you can't do that, then it's not a knowledge claim. You can't say that. It's a belief. You could say that. We believe it, but it's not proven. So you can't say, I know. Very different.
Basically, brother, listen. Basically, it's not written that Earth is spherical, but they mentioned that when they talk about Earth, they use Bhugol. Bhugol means circle-like thing, spherical. This is the way I think.
Yeah, hold on. Bugola? Shoot, I broke your internet. Bugola? So Bugola, if you're saying it means circle, right?
You can say.
Is it circle?
Paramandalam. Wait a sec. Parimandalal. Parimandala.
And what is?
Let me
Yeah. You gonna look it up?
copy and paste it. Wait a sec. I just write the name. It's not Google. Parimandala.
Parimandala.
Parimandala for sphere. For spherical.
What? Yeah. What scripture was that used in? Are you reading from the Bob Gavara?
It's using Jamina, Brahmana, and Samveda, Surya, Siddhanta, Rigveda, Yajurveda, Atharveda, Puranas. So many scriptures here.
Yeah, that uses that word, right?
Yes, to describe Earth. When they are talking about Earth, they use this term.
This word, parimandala. So I'm letting the people in the panel kind of listen to you actually give us the word that you said in the scriptures is describing a round earth or a globe. In the sense of saying round, round can also denote something that's flat and round, like a coin or a CD or a record. That's round and flat at the same time. So round isn't also giving a connotation of something that's spherical. So we're looking specifically for things that show that something is spherical. So if parimandala shows something that's round, it doesn't necessarily mean spherical. Do you know what I mean? Kin, are you still with us? Hello. Goodness. All right. Well, perhaps when you return. Is my mic still on? Hello? Test.
You're coming in fine and on.
Okay. It happens sometimes where you think you're talking and you're getting disconnected from Discord. It just I hate when that happens. You're like, guys, how come you're not responding? And it's just like dead air.
Well, I'm guessing that he probably doesn't like when a non-Hindu person is correcting his understanding of Hindu.
Oh, that's a little bit presumptuous, but I mean, yeah, it could be the case. I would just say that if
Well,
he's
no, I'm not saying that you did that. I'm just saying that, you know, he might interpret it as such.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I think the only thing that matters is that if he's up for the challenge and he's challenged and he's not able to come back with a retort as to like how that's not correct and then come back and say, look, it means spherical, that would mean something. But if he can't do it, I think that just
100% I
shows.
agree.
Sorry, bro. Because of network issue, I just get disconnected.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yes.
So parimandala, are you able to find out if it means spherical or not?
Someone also said Bhumandala. That's why I was saying previously. And Parimandala.
Yeah.
Yes.
It says Adam Unsalted put a little quote there. In Vedic cosmos, the Earth Bhumandala is actually described as being the largest feature in the universe, taking the form of a vast circular disk that spans the center of the universe. And
Parimandala, I think
he's got a link to it at the bottom if you want to click it. So it doesn't mean kin. I don't think it means what you think it means, according to like the way it's being described.
Bhumandala, I think is Bhumi type. It's different. Parimandala is Parikrama. Rotating about some Parikrama.
Oh, like you're saying like something that's rotating around?
Yes.
Okay, and what scripture defines it that way? That shows that something is going around something else.
Somewhere that there is somewhere that use the term parimandala, which means spherical or round, to describe the Earth.
Yeah, but
I get it
you're
from
saying
Google, that thing.
yeah, but you're saying that, and it doesn't show that, and like other people can come up with it. It just means the largest feature in the universe, taking form of a vast circular disk. So the other answer could be that. How do you know which one it is? Is what I'm saying. How do you know it means spherical?
Parimandala is different and Bhumandala is different, I think.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, how would you know if it's talking about the Earth itself? Which one describes the Earth? This is the most important question you should be asking yourself. If you're going along the line of logic to follow religious text, you know what I mean? You have to go into like, why would you say what you're saying if there's no foundation for it? If you could be challenged and I say, well, actually the meaning doesn't just mean what you say it is. It could mean that it's just a large, disc-shaped thing that it's describing, according to the word.
No.
Yeah, you're saying
It's
no,
not
but
like.
You
But
just
there
told me
should
that-
be some reason. That's why they write this thing. No? They also have some knowledge about the Earth.
yeah, what knowledge? So it's a little bit like ambiguous when you say it. Like they also had some knowledge about the Earth. What do you mean by that? What other knowledge do they have that you don't know about, that you now know that you say they have? This is important, right?
I'm not in this type of thing, but someone told me that everything is written in Vedas. No,
Everything is-
every question.
Yeah, you said, what did you say? Everything is written for what?
In Vedas.
In Vedas. And do you read Vedas?
Veds. No.
Okay, you don't read Vedas.
No.
Okay, well then, I guess, how would you know if you're correct or incorrect, sir? Is a question about
Because
what
I believe in Vedas.
you believe in it. You just don't understand.
Yes.
Is that true?
I believe in it.
I know you.
I
believe
don't
in it, but you-
understand that much well, but I believe that our ancestors write it correctly.
You believe somebody who tells you the interpretation of the Vedic scriptures. Is this true?
Yes.
So this is not exactly the same as actually reading the scripture yourself and then getting that understanding from the scripture. You're believing somebody telling you something about the Vedic scriptures they interpreted. So their
You
interpretation
can
is what.
say, but Google is also saying that, no?
Well, but is it? I know Google's saying what thing is. Well, you got to think about it like this: Google's just giving you information, right? What I'm challenging you on is when the scripture of that in the Vedic scriptures are saying that. How do you know it's actually meaning the words mean what they say they mean? That's what I'm challenging you. You're saying you're trusting somebody who's telling you that this is what it means. In other words, you haven't read the scripture yourself, so how are you gonna find out if the word means what you think it means? Like if you haven't did the study for yourself.
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah. And this is important. What we do in here is find out like how people know what they know. So on the basis of this, you could say that you trust somebody about their interpretations of the Vedic scriptures, and you believe them when they tell you that they're saying that word means spherical or globe.
But astronaut also took a photo from space, no? It's
okay. That's different. Now we're going away from the religious text, which sounds like you're going to abandon because you can't make sure.
No. I am not abandoning that thing, but I'm just giving you another proof.
Well, no, let's go to a conclusion. Whether you know or not, somebody that's giving you an interpretation of the Vedic scriptures is telling you something that's true or false. How could you know if it's true or false what they're saying about the words in those Vedic scriptures? How do you know that?
Because I believe in because the person who told me that he was my teacher, so I believe in him. He didn't say anything wrong to me. He wants my good.
You believe in his teaching. You believe in his teaching, Ken, right?
Yes.
Okay, you believe in his teaching doesn't equal you understand the writings in the Vedic scriptures. So you trust what he's telling you. So you trust what he's telling you in his interpretation of the Vedic scriptures, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe what he's telling you is true, But the problem we're having in this discussion here in this room is whenever somebody says that, we have to challenge them on why do they believe it? How come they don't challenge the words that are written in any religious text and find out for themselves? Like, you should do that, you for yourself. If you're trusting him, giving you this very important information of religion, and you're saying, I just trust him because why would he do anything wrong? People have made mistakes. You know, people can do sins, right? They can do things outside of their religious beliefs. So it's upon it's upon you to go investigate whether or not that man is exactly saying what he should be based on those religious texts. So you should look at the word, see what it means, follow whether or not the history of that word means exactly what he's saying it means, or is he giving you an interpretation to think about and you're just believing it, which is what I think is happening.
Hmm.
Do you understand now?
I think I should research on this thing.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Ken, you should do your research. Don't take people's words for things. If they're saying something that's correct, then it doesn't matter if you do the research, it's going to be the same, right? You shouldn't fear that research. You should make the research.
If I start Vedas, they are so big, Veds. There are thousands of books. There are so many. If I start.
Yeah, dude. It doesn't. Just, I would say, make your research and see where that goes with the words. But if you have another question like you were going to ask about moving away from religious texts, you can do so. I know now that it's just a belief you have about the word, but what did you say about pictures from space?
My second opinion is that the NASA took also show the Earth photo from the space, and we can clearly see that it's a spherical.
Okay, so which NASA image do you think you want to actually put in the text chat so we can know what you mean? I know the images that are shown, but I want you to be specific so I don't just misrepresent your image. So maybe post an image what you think. This is going to help the conversation so everybody can see what you're posting.
Okay. Images. I'm taking pictures from Google. Is it okay?
Yep. Just post which one you want to actually represent in the text for your.
Let me search which should be better. Because I think they are all AI generated or edited photos.
Well, that's not good for your case, is it? To say that outright.
No,
Dude, you're saying it right now. It's just making me laugh because it's like you're even saying, well, there's some AI images. It's like, bro, how are you going to tell which one's the one of the real Earth now?
Mostly the photos are edited. No one can do that clearly photos from space.
All right. Well, if that's the case, post the one that's not.
No, I'm just getting that perfect, so no one.
Sounds good.
There are so many photos. I think they're edited.
I know, but when somebody admits that, though, you can understand the problem we have, right? Like, that's not a very good way to start. I'm gonna post a real image of the Earth, but there's so many AI images. Like,
yeah, I got a NASA.government website. I think there I can find.
You're going straight to the source, huh? You're gonna mess around with the AI images.
Yeah,
you heard it was a problem to say that, right? Like, there's so many AI images, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. What if I just go to the source and get the image?
And it's very high in quality, and no one can that Earth image photos.
You know what's weird though, Ken? How come you don't appeal to ESA? Why don't you just go to ESA? Wouldn't ESA be the same?
What is ESA? I don't know ESA. What is
Indian Space Agency?
It's not ESA. ISRO. It's ISRO. ISRO.
Oh. Why don't you appeal to those guys?
You know, if someone talk about the space and first name on their head is NASA.
Yeah, why? Like, aren't you guys doing something? Anyways, just look for.
Yeah, you know,
Maybe that's-
Chandra, you also know about the Indian space thing. That's why
probably
you
a side quest.
asked.
We'll do
Yes.
that as a side quest. We'll continue down the where you're gonna post a real photo, not the AI generated ones.
searching. Yes. Yes. It's my first time visiting NASA website.
Yeah, well, they got your IP now, so they know where you are, and
What they gonna do with my IP?
I don't know.
I'm just a common person.
Well, maybe you're not. Haha.
Hmm, yeah, common person. Photo from space.
Not easy, huh?
And it's just showing other 90-year-old changing view of Earth. Wow. I got a picture and it's very black and white.
Black and white.
Uh,
Oh man, we want color.
We want. There is a color also.
No, I don't
It's
really
not
care,
very
dude.
good
Just
quality.
post what you.
Let me see. Okay. Dun.
Welcome to everybody who's joining us right now. We're talking to Kin. Ken's gonna give us well he first I'm gonna
I can't send here picture. I can't here send. I
Alright,
can't
so-
attach document here.
Can you send it to me? Send it to me in a message.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay.
what Ken's doing right now is that for anybody that's joining us a little late, he was challenging the fact that in Vedic scriptures it says a specific word that denotes that the Earth is a globe, but we looked into the word and it sounds like he's just trusting his favorite religious speaker on the matter, and he never looked into the word himself. So he's going to do some more research on that, and on top of that, he's got another, I guess, proof that the Earth is a globe. And he's going to show us now an image from NASA. He's going to send it to me, and I'm going to post it in the text for you guys so you can see. Let me know when you've done that. Good.
It says failed to send message. Hold for options. Retry.
It didn't allow you?
Yeah. No. He failed to send message. Hold for option. I trying retry, but it's not.
Hey, is it the image itself? That's not a lot. Like Discord, is it Discord? not allowing
Screenshot.
you? Yeah.
I don't know. I took a screenshot. I'm sending you. But
And it
it's
didn't want to let
failed
you send that either, huh?
the- I think.
I don't have anybody sending me anything, actually. No messages.
Yes. Let me send
right.
you friend request first. I think that should be.
Well, if it's not
It's
possible to
saying
do
your
that,
message could not be delivered. This is the usually because you don't share the server with the recipient or the recipient is
no,
on the
hold on.
direct
I just received something from you. Hold on, I just got something from you. Give me a sec. Pending. Can doesn't. There. I'll wave to you. Oh wait, I can't wave to you. Your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient.
Yes.
Or
What does it
recipient is
mean?
only accepting direct messages from friends. So you are only accepting.
I send you friend request. Accept it.
Well, yeah, I don't have a lot of people on friend requests. But you need to. There's a thing where you can allow to accept messages from people who are not your friends.
But
So
he's saying, yeah.
look, I'm gonna wave to you. Oh, yeah, you have to do that. That way we can still talk even though we're not accepting their friend request. Like, you can still accept messages from someone. I can still
But
accept
it's showing
messages.
your message could not be delivered.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
setting
sending
on
hi to you.
oh, it's a setting on Discord that you have to just change on your end.
How to?
I
don't know how.
What are you using, a phone or are you on a PC?
Phone. I'm using a phone.
Let's see. What is it?
No, phone.
Data and privacy? Is that where that's at? No.
Data and privacy. Everything is on.
Maybe a little help from the audience. Where do you guys think he can turn that feature on? He's not able to send anything.
There is someone other, so I can send him.
Well, you could also. Why can't you just post a link as well? You can't even post a link?
I can't. Okay.
Put the link in the text if you can't even send the image.
Just scroll down, you will find so many images.
Yeah, just tell us which one you were going to send and that would help.
Okay.
Right.
There is 3 photos. 2 are in black and white, and 1 is colored.
Which one? I'm looking at all these. Which one do you want me to post in the text? I'll do it.
Scroll down. The first full disk photograph of Earth taken by the Soviet Molniya 1-3.
The first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth. That one?
No. Down.
More?
There are 3 photos of Earth.
There are 3. Oh, I see it. The first disc
the
photograph
Soviet
of Earth
Molniya.
taken by. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yes.
Give me a second, will you?
Okay.
Okay.
There are also more photos if you scroll down. Moon and Earth.
I'm gonna post it in the chat for everybody.
Okay.
All right, that's what he was referring to in that. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, someone show something how to change the setting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, everybody's looking at the image. Just do what he did. What Kathos is showing you. That's the way to let somebody send messages for future.
Yes. Privacy setting and on. Let me do this.
Or while he's doing that, that's the image he sent. Those 3 images of the Earth looking like a sphere, or at least what you see there in that image. Images. Rayleigh criterion is saying a sphere is the worst shape to photograph from a distance. All right, when you come back, Ken, from changing your settings.
No, I don't find where to use. Where I have to tab to get this mark as read invite people mute.
Well, I mean, I want to deal with the image. Are you ready for that or no?
Okay, you can go forward. I'm here.
All right. What it's saying here on the bottom of those images, left the full disk photograph of Earth taken from the Soviet Molniya
1-3. Yes.
1-3 communication satellite. Middle, the first image of the Earth taken from geostationary orbit by the ATS-1 satellite. The right is the first color image of the full Earth from the DOGE Department of Defense of Gravity Experiment satellite.
Yes.
Okay. So, what other information do we get from this? How far away was the satellite? Does it say any information? Some
Which
things
type
need
of
to be
info?
some things need to be understood as the importance of this, right? So, looking at images, we can't just accept right away that this is the case because maybe you might think the Earth looks like this already. We want to know information, right?
So proof, you want proof.
Yeah, you have to ask questions. When you see images, do you accept the image right away as something being true, Kin?
No, I don't think.
Okay. So if we're going to ask questions about these images, what do you think we should be asking? Kin?
Questions.
Yes.
I have asked you question. Can you repeat? I can't understand.
How far away do you think the satellite was to take this image?
Orbit by geostationary orbit by TS1 satellite. I don't have any idea. It's about
No idea.
22300 miles away. It's written.
Yeah. So it's what?
So
22.
it's written
yeah.
on the page.
22,300 miles above what? Ecuador?
Ecuador, yes.
Okay. So at that altitude, what type of image or what camera are we going to be using? What camera? What is the type of camera that they're using to take this picture?
Let me read it. I don't have any. They don't mention about any camera.
Okay, is that another
This
part of the information?
ATS-1 advanced technology satellite being back the first photograph. They don't mention any camera, what type of camera they use.
And how did they know that the satellite was at the distance of 22,300 miles above Ecuador? What was the technology used to know that it was that distance away? To confirm distance.
Same answer. I don't have any idea about that.
Okay, so we're lacking some information that would be crucial to establish the case of this being where a satellite could be at that specific distance away. Do you think so, or you think that it's good enough for them to just make numbers up and not tell us how they obtained those numbers?
No. That should be the thing. They should tell us.
Right.
How they measure the distance and which camera they use.
Yeah, that I agree. That would be crucial information for you to establish whether or not this image could be taken from a height of or a distance away from the Earth. If they're making these claims, right? Something that you just probably would like investigate yourself.
Let me GPT it.
Go ahead.
Let me GPT it. I'm gonna ask for AI about this thing. Which camera quality or how they measure the distance.
Sure.
What are you saying, by the way?
The third image on the right, which is the one you're looking for. You can ask the ChatGPT about that one. The ATS-1.
Yes, I'm asking the ATS-1 satellite, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The distance and the camera one, nah?
Yes. How was it obtained, the distance? How do they know that that's the distance away? And what type of camera was utilized to capture the image?
Distance and what type of camera?
Welcome all who are joining. We're having a conversation with Ken right now. He's trying to back up the evidence of the image that I posted, which is the one that he pointed to. So if you want to follow along, at 56 minutes after the hour, he's actually wanting to talk about that image right there. And it's going to be the third one on the right. that allegedly was taken by the ATS-1 Advanced Technology satellite back in December 11, 1966.
Well, that one's got a circle. Maybe that's maybe that's the freaking spheroid we're looking for.
The oblate spheroid, yeah.
You know, AV, I love when you
Mhm.
do this because it's so funny when people go, "Hey, pick the one you think is real." The ones they pick are so funny because they're the worst ones.
Yeah. It's crazy because they must be real according to what's been put out here. This is like all this is propaganda to show that this all started had its humble beginnings, and like the article here from this NASA page says 90 years of our changing views of Earth. Check this out. Now it's not what he was talking about, but let me show you another one. I'll put it in the text. Let's see here. I'll put a little context at the bottom of it so you can see.
Did you read the article? Did you look at it?
Yeah, I'm skimming through it.
Did you see
Look
the
at
very
this.
first picture?
Yeah,
that
that's what
one,
I'm.
bro. That one.
That's what I'm posting.
It says, dude, they're trying to gaslight you. Says that's the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, he said that, dude. The first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth. Read the original caption in the May 1931 issue of the National Geographic magazine. The photograph, taken 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina, shown the Andes Mountains 287 miles away and well below the expected horizon if the Earth were flat. Dude. I'm telling you, dudes, like this is propaganda at its finest right here. Laterally. Left to right curve, man. That's what's going on.
This is the answer of what I read.
Is that a flat Earth proof right there?
It should be.
Because it says you can see the mountains in the distance, and they're 287 away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the math real quick.
287 at 21,000 feet above the Villa Mercedes, Argentina. That should be easy enough.
Okay,
Just punch in the numbers. All right, so Ken just posted something. What'd you post, Ken?
The
ChatGPT.
answer which I get from the chat GPT.
All right. It says, here's a clear report style explanation you can directly include in your write-up. Distance calculation and camera technology used in the first full disk Earth photographs. The first full disk photographs of Earth were captured by 3 different satellites. ATS. We're only interested in ATS right now. We'll go to ATS.
Yeah.
Number two, December 11, 1966. The Applications Technology satellite was the first to capture Earth from geostationary orbit at the constant altitude about 35,786 kilometers or 22,300 miles above the equator. Because the orbit was geostationary, the distance to the Earth's surface was constant and easily determined from the orbital design. An ATS-1 used a spin scan cloud camera. Okay, spin scan cloud camera. Designed by NASA. It was based on a Vidicon tube that scanned one line at a time as the satellite rotated, building a full image of the Earth over several minutes. This provided continuous weather observation capability. All right. So what's misleading here on what's posted with the image is that you see a complete image. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is wrong with that, Ken? You get an impression that the satellite took a snapshot of the entire thing that it's looking at, right?
No, not exactly. Someone
So-
said NASA the first flight in the world days of the Earth from the outside of the space. Took by the
Yeah.
ATS at an approximate altitude.
All right, but what it's
Same
what it's
thing.
saying, yeah, what it's saying here is that it was based on a Vidicon tube that scanned one line at a time as the satellite rotated. What does that mean? Do you know what that means, Ken?
I think it just take the upper, then if it's just like a plate by plate, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then it's combine all the plates.
Yeah, but how many of those lines do you think it put together and made it into the image that you're seeing?
I don't have any accurate answer.
It's important because if you're saying that they're taking a picture of the Earth looking like a globe, and what it's saying here is that they stitched a bunch of line images together. How many lines did they stitch together? That should be the next question you should ask, right?
Several minutes. Okay, I'm just asking. I'm asking ChatGPT.
Go ahead. Go ahead. But it's specifically on that satellite, don't try not to deviate from another one
Okay.
because we want to know that one is what someone we're talking about. It might give you information of other satellites. We don't want to know about other ones. We want to know about this one. Oh, Indio got some.
Yeah, the hidden height's a mile 0.5, but the drop is supposed to be 10 miles, which is fucking crazy.
Really?
Yeah. 21,000 feet's pretty high.
1,000 revolution per minute.
You can
One
see
line
quite a
per
bit of the
rotation,
Andes.
100 pixel. Oh, I'm just sending you the link.
Okay.
Copy link. This is the answer which I got from GPT.
Let's look at it.
Yes, check it.
All right. It says, let's go through it clearly for the ATS-1 spin scan camera, since that's the one that scanned the one line at a time. How the ATS-1 camera built the full Earth image. Camera type spin scan cloud camera, or SSCC. Orbit geostationary, 3,786 kilometers above Earth. Rotation speed, 100 revolutions per minute, RPM. How it captured the image, one line per rotation. The camera had a very narrow field of view. It captured just one horizontal line of pixels, a thin strip of Earth's image each time the satellite completed a rotation. Building the image, number 2. As the satellite continuously rotated, the camera's scanning mirror slowly tilted downward after each revolution, moving the line of sight slightly southward or northward. In this way, it swept across the entire Earth's disk line by line. Earth's disk. Number of lines or photos. Each full Earth image consisted of about 2,000 to 2,500 scan lines. Each scan line contained roughly 2,000 picture elements, pixels, across the diameter of Earth. So effectively, the full image was about 2,000 to 2 times 2,000 equals 4 million picture points, roughly like a 2 megapixel image today. Time to complete one image. Number 4. It took about 20 to 30 minutes to complete one full Earth scan. The data from all these scan lines were transmitted as an analog video signal to ground stations, where computers combined them into a single image. Okay, so it says a summary of what it did. And then it says, so the ATS-1 did not take thousands of separate photos like a camera snapping frames. Instead, It scanned Earth continuously, collecting thousands of narrow image lines, which were then combined electronically to form one complete picture of the entire planet. And it says, would you like me to show you a simple diagram or step-by-step illustration of how they can scan, build the image? It can make this very easy to visualize for your report. So let's see. The data from all these scan lines were transmitted as an analog video signal to ground stations, where computers combine them into a single image. So what do you think about that, Ken?
What?
What do you think about that? What I just read.
Basically, I don't have an idea, but I'm not always trust ChatGPT. But we are
Oh,
the
you're
one
throwing
who
ChatGPT under the bus, bro? What's going on, bro?
No,
Hold
no,
on a
no,
second. Why would you do that? Like, isn't
because
it,
whenever I ask question about maths, they always give me wrong answer.
so you
Because
think you're
I'm
giving
not
you,
the
yeah.
so nay.
Hold on,
No,
bro.
no. Just listen. I'm 80% believe in it, but 20% is not. I'm just saying
Oh,
this.
goodness.
80%, not 20%.
All right. So you're saying that ChatGPT could be wrong in this case. Is that true?
Sometimes because I have experience with
Ken,
ChatGPT.
Ken, I want you to say this with assurance. Do you believe that ChatGPT got it wrong this time?
No, I don't. It's because it's theoretical. I don't say it's it's 100% right. I would say.
So you don't know if what they're saying is true about what they're saying of the satellite, the way it took the image.
Let's go with I am 100% sure it's correct.
You're 100% sure it's correct. You want to go with that?
Because it's theoretical, no? They don't.
What do you mean? It's
not
hold on a
include
minute.
any
What do you mean? It's theoretical? I don't get that. What do you mean by that?
Theoretical means the NASA, the one who take the document, also write all these things, but they don't include in the report on the website.
Okay, so they didn't put down how they took the image, but ChatGPT gave you the information of how it was done. So because it didn't come from NASA and it came from ChatGPT, you can't fully trust that information. Is that what you're saying?
No. Not just because of the ChatGPT. NASA didn't mention on the website, I think, and they mentioned somewhere else. So basically, ChatGPT collect data from the internet. No?
Okay. So you're saying it sounds like that ChatGPT can't be trusted completely.
Not completely.
Okay, so what we have here is not conclusive that this is how they took the image from the satellite, or any method by which they ChatGPT described how this was done. So your first instinct when you didn't know the information was to go to ChatGPT. Now when ChatGPT is giving you the information of how it was done, you're saying, well, how do we know that's true? Okay, so let me just tell you that what's happening here. If you're going to stand on any if you're going to stand on any information, like this is a real photograph from a satellite, you have to know information that's crucial to make it stand at least validated in some way, right? Now you can't validate that the distance is correct based on you're taking information from ChatGPT and you can't trust it completely because it didn't come from NASA. So now what's happening is all the information that would be relevant to establish at least that's an actual photograph of Earth and that's a real image, now it's into question. You're not really sure if it's a real image based on you can't trust ChatGPT. And NASA didn't support the information in their website. So you don't know how it was constructed as its a globe. Is that true? Ken, come on, man. You have to help me out. Is that true? What I
You
just
can
said?
say. Yes, I'm supporting you by this sentence. What you say.
Well, that's the most important part. So now we've challenged the notion that you thought you could just pull out a photo of the Earth and say that's the Earth. When we challenged how the image was made, it looks like you're not really sure if you can trust information on the internet. It's what it sounds like. I'm just making it like summarizing it. So what do we have to do now if the image of the Earth that you presented is not one you can support, that is 100% the Earth? What else can we do? In your perspective, to know that the Earth is what they're telling us.
The way the ChatGPT is saying, I think he's saying correctly. Because
Wait a minute. Are you changing your mind?
I'm just asking another thing. You have any proof about this? You have any proof?
Are you changing your mind and now you're agreeing that ChatGPT is right?
No, let me ask the proof for these things.
What proof?
This information is correct or not?
Well, how are you going to verify that information is correct or not? What are you going to test it? What is the standard that you're going to test the information that ChatGPT gave you is correct or not? What are you using for a standard, Ken?
He will give me some website or pages.
Me?
So from there I can verify. ChatGPT is giving me some website.
Okay. Where is it telling you to go?
This
is it verified?
I will send you.
I don't know yet.
Evidence.
But can you also do it by the curvature of the by the curvature? Sorry, not curvature. You know, if the world wasn't round, if it was flat, tides wouldn't actually be a thing.
All right.
Because why?
Hold on. We're going to go tangential here. We're on a line of logic.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Go on.
So we're looking at what you're using. Okay. Ken, the difficult part about what you're doing, brother, the difficult part about what you're doing is that you're using ChatGPT to verify ChatGPT, which you said you didn't trust fully in the first place. You see the circular logic here? You're using the thing that you said you can't really trust because it's just gathering information all over the internet, and then it's giving it to you kind of in a concise way. But you said you couldn't. You were arguing that you couldn't trust that information, yet you're using ChatGPT to give you a way to verify the information it gave you the first time. Using the same thing that was used as a standard to see what information about NASA and the image of the satellite was true, that you say you can't really trust because you don't know if it's true or not. You're using that same thing
now I have
in this
proof.
way to verify.
Now I have proof here.
Wait a second, bro. How did you have proof from the thing that you said you can't trust? Now you trust it. I don't get that. You have to make that make sense.
You get the pages. You get the pages. Just open.
But how do you know those pages are going to... Dude, listen. How do you know ChatGPT is going to give you those pages? Yeah. How do you know that ChatGPT is giving you the right information if you didn't trust it in the first place?
You got me.
Yeah.
Yes.
See the problem here? You either trust the information coming from ChatGPT and don't have to look at the evidence. You can just say this is how it was done.
But you're just asking about the proof.
Yeah, I know. But if you don't trust that information it first gave you, and you're going to look at more information to verify that information, you can't use the same thing to verify it. That's circular. You're just saying, I don't trust the information it gave me the first time, but the second time around, I'm going to ask it to give me some websites where I can check this information to be true, but that's using ChatGPT again.
Yes.
That's a problem. You can't do that. It's either the information it gave you is the way you should understand the way it's done, and it's correct, or if you question it, you have to use another thing, not ChatGPT, to verify the thing that's in question. You can't use the thing to verify the thing you said you didn't trust in the first place.
So which AI should I use?
No, don't ask me which AI, bro. Don't point to me. The problem I'm getting to right now is the fact that you're trying to verify from information and sources that at the end of the day, how do you know you can trust those? Do you get the problem now?
Yes.
Okay. So back to the greater point. The greater point is that you put in an image of the Earth being a globe based on a satellite taking an image. Now, as we look through how they took in the image, taking it, what's going on here is that you can't provide evidence that anything to substantiate that image to be the distance, the type of camera, anything to be verified. It sounds like to me. You're still in question. There's not real evidence of the Earth being a globe here. It's just you believing that it is based on what on the NASA website is showing these images, but doesn't give you any relevant information as to how the method by which they've taken this image.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any other thing that you can think of that you can turn to in academia or in any other way that can prove that the Earth is an actual globe? If not, we can. There's some
Let
other
me
speakers
think.
in here, Ken. I mean, but I do appreciate you being intellectually honest, bro. Be honest.
Okay, just give some another person to chance. I will think. I will come back.
Yeah, think on it, man. There's no hurry. We're here all the time, so thank you for being a
Okay.
speaker and engaging. And yeah, maybe we'll toss it back to the
Thanks a
audience. and
lot
see
to
if-
give me the stage to overcome my fear. I have a question. Is my English was good? Is there is
Yeah, it was
difficult to
for the most
understand?
part. I mean, we understood each other. We didn't have. There was not like a language barrier that you couldn't understand.
Okay. Is there was not any problem to understand? Huh? That's the only.
Not really. I mean, it's a little rough, but yeah, it works. I can understand it.
No, I'm just a beginner. No, sir. Because I don't
That's it.
have that much level of vocab. That's it.
All right.
Okay.
So
Thanks a
I
lot.
guess Ken said he's gonna go ahead and yield the floor to someone else if they wanted to come in and perhaps challenge themselves if they think the Earth is a globe. We're gonna ask you how you know what you know, and or if you have any questions, you can make your questions for the Earth being a horizontal plane. Ask us. Who else wants to speak? All you got to do is open up your mic and have a conversation. So, anybody else in here? We got see ABD7 Allah, I guess his name. MB Fahrenheit. We got Hans. We got Flex. There's quite a few people joining us. Welcome to the room. Umaya, welcome. Vanillus, welcome.
I ask if I want to know more about the flat Earth theory. What should I read?
Well, define it first, right?
Go to
No, go ahead.
go to discord.gg//flat Earth, and you'll go to our server, and on the bottom of that server there is all the information you'd like to look at for flat Earth. We have it in our server. We have PDFs, videos, we have all kinds of stuff.
Do you have a link? You can put it in chat.
Yeah, I mean, can we put links in here, gentlemen?
I don't think so. It should be in our like VIP. Is there a VIP partner thing or?
Oh, you know what? No. Click on the bot that's in here. It's in the bot, isn't it? Shouldn't it be?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the way to do
it. Click
Or
on the
you
bot.
can click on the flat. If you click on the flat and then click on the flat in someone's profile, it'll take you to the.
That's another way. Yeah.
It'll list it there.
The tag that people have on their names by their names, the ones that say flat. That's the link to the server.
Yeah, your server tag.
We invite anybody who's brand new to that server. Go and check it out.
That's kind of like the first lesson of flat Earth theory, like an IQ test. Are you smart enough to find what you're looking for?
All right, is anybody else here curious about the nature of the Earth that they're standing on right now? It's a test for you guys. If you always been thinking that the Earth is a globe, now's the time to open up your mic and find out if it actually is one. And somebody asked you on the street, is the Earth a globe? What would your response be?
No.
So you're pretty busy this past week, Grit?
Yeah,
was
God,
too,
it was
bro.
like just non-stop, just one thing after another.
Yeah. Yeah. Same here. There's just days that I'm not even on here. I try to get on usually when I'm at work and listening. Our numbers should be going up on this channel, right? Should be.
Yeah, it's been like all week. That's why I have noticed that politics has been kind of empty.
Mm-hmm. That's usually our haunt, but lately it's not been. The atmosphere here is a kind of a different one.
Bro, on which side you are? The earth is flat or spherical? What do you think?
Absolutely flat.
So what's why you believe it's flat?
Oh, I mean, it's not a belief. It's just an observation that we make of the nature of our Earth. You go outside, you witness a flat level horizon. It starts with observation. And if you want to find out, hey, you know what? I see it looking like it's flat, but what if it's not flat? What if it measures?
No.
What if we all experience? Go ahead.
Let's suppose a circle. Okay. Imagine a circle and make it circle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose its radius is way more larger, means thousands and very large. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If we stand on the circumference of the circle, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, that hypothetical, you'd see it flat.
Yes. It's just same case for Earth.
No,
What do you
that's not
think?
the same case. That's not the same case.
Why?
Because
Why?
the Earth, the way they describe it, the size that they say it is, you could measure the curve. If it was the globe that the size that they say it is, that's the problem, Ken. Okay. You know the images, let's put it this way. You know the images that you saw from the NASA website that you went to?
Yes.
Okay. And the first image, now put it again in the text if you didn't see it. I'll paste it again. Check this out.
I remember.
Hold on. Let me make the case. Let me make the case, Ken. Just give me a second. So you see that image there? You see it?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. On the bottom it says the first photograph ever made showing laterally the curvature of the Earth. And the altitude was at 21,000 feet above Villa Mercedes, Argentina. So they're not saying that the Earth is so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that. They are not saying that, Ken. Do you understand that? They're not saying that. You're saying that.
Oh.
Your hypothetical right now, your hypothetical was, what if the Earth is so big that we can't see the curve? It looks flat. No, they're not saying that, because that image debunks what you just said, because they are saying you can see the curvature of the Earth. You can. You understand? And this is coming from NASA. This isn't coming from you on the internet. This is coming from NASA.
So they say the lateral curvature of the Earth. So curvature means it's round figure, no? So it's
yeah, curvature means that there's like if you were to complete that Earth, if you were to complete the Earth, it would be a sphere. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're not saying that it's so big it looks flat. They're not saying that.
But compared to us, we are a small being if you compare to Earth.
Yeah, I know that. But they're saying that you can still see the curve.
You can see this curve. If you go at the highest peak, then you can see the curve.
Okay, so they're not saying that it's so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that. They're saying it's big, but it's not so big that it looks flat. They're not saying that part. You made that in your own hypothetical.
No, to explain you, I create that thing.
What?
To explain you, you say that when you go outside, you see everything is flat. That's why I create hypothetical thing. The Earth
I know,
radius
I
is so
know.
big, and
But the hypothetical would only stand if our observations were all unified. And like, if you're saying that at some point that somebody can see the curve, but when we're on the ground we see it flat, then I'm going to ask you: Are you agreeing? Are you agreeing with the image that at when you're at 21,000 feet you can see the curve, just like the image?
so many people say that, but I don't.
But you need to. Oh, so you don't say that?
No.
Okay, so why wouldn't you say that if it's coming from NASA? Isn't NASA
Yes.
the place? Isn't NASA the place where you say you get your truth about the Earth, or the shape of it?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying this.
So NASA's not. You're not agreeing that NASA's showing us pictures of the curve when the image that I showed you is showing the curve. You're saying that's not true.
I'm not saying they can also fake the images to make fool of people, but I don't think they will do this thing.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm only concerned with Ken. Do you agree that NASA's showing us at 21,000 feet the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with NASA?
If they are mentioning, if they are mentioning and give us the proof, evidence, it's and photo, then we can agree.
Yeah. Okay, so you agree with this image. I'm going to post it one more time. I don't want to spam the image too much, but this is the last time I'll post it.
Okay.
So you agree with this?
But they mentioned that at higher altitude they can see the curvature of.
Ken, I need you to agree if that's curvature or not. That image.
I can't see it clearly, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, you're not 100% sure if you can see curve in that image?
Because I no.
No.
Because
okay, let's put it this way.
What I saw
Ken, you're saying here's what essentially I posted an image that NASA is saying at 21,000 feet you can see curve in this image. You're saying I cannot make it out if it's curve or not. I can't know if it's curve or not by this image. Is what you're telling me?
I can't. You can also see you can't see any curve here in image.
Okay. So you're basically going against NASA on this image, where they are saying they're a company, they're a space agency. They're putting this information out for all the people to see that they've taken an image of the curve of the Earth. You're saying I'm not sure if that's curve.
The image is not so much clear. What you see? What's your opinion about this?
It works in our favor. Yeah, it works in our favor because you're doubting this image showing the curve. So you're saying, I don't trust NASA right now. That's what you're telling us. I don't trust NASA with this image. This image, I don't trust it.
The image is so blurry, that's why I'm saying. But they also mentioned to justify explaining what you see.
Yeah, Ken, what you're doing though is going against NASA. You don't trust this image being verification of curve. That's what you're telling us in this room. You don't believe it. It's not verification that that's the curve of the Earth.
If I get a clear image from an high altitude, then I can see. I can see it's not a clear image.
Yeah, but here's the problem though, Ken. NASA put this information out. Like, it wasn't just a regular person, it was NASA. So on the one hand, you say that this is you, not anybody else. You're saying that you're not sure if this is curve, and NASA saying, yes, it is. We're taking an image of the curve of the Earth. This is the first image of the curve of the Earth from 21,000 feet at this specific location that they're saying. But you're saying you can't trust it because you don't know if it is or not. You see what's happening here?
Let's check the current photos. We can check the current photos from higher altitude.
Look, listen, Ken, I know what you want to talk about current photos. No, we're talking about them making a statement to the public. They're saying this to everybody. Everybody who goes to the website, like you did, and looks at these images, they get exposed. They get exposed to the same information. So when other people like you go to the website, they're gonna see NASA. They make the post that this is how you can see the curve from that altitude. Now, They know that it's coming
For
from
my
NASA.
opinion.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they know
So
it's.
my
They know it's.
opinion for
Yeah.
NASA, they also show some new photos from the higher altitude
No, but here's the
because
problem,
the
though.
US one.
NASA. Look, listen, Ken. NASA is an agency. Either you trust that they're putting out information that's trustworthy, and you can say that this is images of the Earth, or you have to say I can't trust it because they're not trustworthy. Either one of those, you have to make a decision. You can't say I don't like this image, but I like this other one. I don't like this one, but it's either they're putting out information that's trustworthy for all of us to know this is the nature of our Earth, or it's not trustworthy. You have to make a decision, but you can't be on both sides. I can't say on this one image it looks like the Earth has curve, but on this other one I do say it's images of the Earth having curve. You can't do that. You have to choose whether or not they're being trustworthy.
It's not like I'm saying I can't believe on that image because it's not clearly. I can't see any curve there in photos. That picture in that specific picture.
Okay, so like I said before, you're not accepting the image being curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, neither do we.
Because it's not clear.
But I don't. It doesn't. Whatever you add to it, like why you don't think it's an actual picture of the curve, it doesn't matter to me or to anybody. So long as you say you don't trust that image, and we can say, okay, look, I'm going to make a standard here. The standard for you is you either trust or not the images coming from NASA, and to you, you're saying I don't trust every image from NASA. That's what you're saying right now. I don't trust every image from NASA.
I can say that.
Yes,
They should give us proper images so we can trust.
Yeah, but no, we're having an issue now. There's a conflict. The conflict is any image that gets shown to you, how do you know you can trust that? Because in the very first one of the first image of the curvature of the Earth, you said, I cannot trust this image. And this is coming from NASA. So you have to at least build a case for a standard of why you can trust one image and you can't trust another one. I don't get it now because now everybody's confused. They don't know why you're saying you can trust an image that's a higher altitude, but you can't trust the one from this one that they've said is the first image they took of the Earth having curvature.
Because you can clearly see. No. The previous photo, the 3 photos I sent you and you posted, we can clearly see in those photos it's circle or spherical.
No, but the problem, the issue we had with that is that you didn't even know how the image was taken. Remember the problem?
Just researched about it.
I know.
The ATS.
But your ChatGPT result was showing that it was taking many scans of
horizontal lines.
But you can't say that you know that it was taking a photo of the Earth like the way they're showing you because it was not given to the ground station as an image. That's not how it was transmitted. That information wasn't transmitted as an image.
But I'm creating a new topic, so I lose in the topic. So I'm creating.
Okay, let me go back to the first one was what we're talking about is the verification.
It's Vedas.
Yeah, the verification. Well, I mean, yeah, we'll leave that one alone. But what we're talking about was the image of the Earth that I posted. First, if you agree that that's curvature, you denied that. You didn't agree with that. You couldn't tell if that's curvature or not. So that's the problem, right? For you. That's a problem. So now any other image that NASA puts out, we're going to have to find out why you think that one's true and the other one isn't. Because it's the same organization. That's an issue, Ken.
But I'm saying I am not 100% confirmed because it's not clear photo.
Okay. So
I got another photo here. I can see because it's a clear photo.
You can't be. Listen, you can't be 100% on even those photos because you don't even know how the image was taken and how it was put together. Because that's what they said it was on your ChatGPT result. It told you how it was put together. It said that it put all those horizontal lines and it put them together and then it formed this image of what you can see. But you can't tell me that you know that the outcome of putting all those horizontal lines will make that image. You have to trust at some effect that that's what it is. Like when they put all those lines together, they form that image. You don't know the method by which they use to make the image the way it looks.
If
And
I have one other,
yeah, I'm just Ken. What I'm doing right now is I'm
if,
challenging.
if
I'm
Earth
challenging
is
your notion that you're thinking that these images are a verification of the Earth, and you're helping us out because you said the image where it looks like at 21,000 feet. You're like, I can't. I don't know if that's curved or not. That's what we're saying, but you are saying that in an image coming from NASA.
there are I just for one that photos that you resent, I am not clear 100% sure because it's not clear.
Okay. So therefore
Open this link I just
listen.
sent.
There. It's. I know. I've already have it. But what I'm saying, I get what you're saying, but that's the problem. That if you can't decide whether or not that's the true images of the Earth that shows the globe, then it's your problem, and it's coming from NASA. So now you got an issue with NASA. You can't trust all their images. That's a
That
huge
time they took the photo, they don't have that much of technology. I think that's the reason they don't have that clear image of the curvature of Earth.
It's not a clear image. We've understood that they don't take photos like the way you think they're taking photos. I think you have a problem with that. You think that the satellites are up there snapping images of the Earth. They don't do it that way. They've explained it to you in the ChatGPT, and on that particular on that particular argument, you don't even know if that's true or not because you said I can't trust ChatGPT. Remember the issue with that? You're like, I don't know if this information is true or not. So we're not we're not making any evidence for the Earth being a globe, Ken. There's just more doubt. You're just putting more doubt into whether or not you can know something to be true. More doubt, more doubt, more doubt.
So it's good it's in doubt. Then I can explore more things and it comes with a perfect
I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind, but you're not accepting what NASA's putting out as information. You're not accepting that. Which is okay. It's okay. You get what I mean? But it's not, you can't advocate for the position that the Earth is a globe because in the way that you're looking at it, you're doubting everything you see from what they're giving. Which is a place that you should be. You should be doubting things that they're showing you and finding, like the way we're going through it right now. Making your research, trying to figure out distance, what type of camera, like all that kind of stuff. Once you get to that position, then you'll understand they don't know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? They don't.
If you are saying the Earth is flat, okay, talk.
No.
If you are saying the Earth is flat, if you are saying Earth is flat, there should be an end.
Well, that could be the case. That could be the case. But that's not a part of our argument, or at least the way that we talk to people about flat Earth. We don't have to discuss whether or not it has an end. It's not a part of the logic. It's not a part of the logic that we put out for the Earth being a horizontal plane. You want to know why? Because if we talked about that, we'd have to have knowledge about it. You understand? So if we made it a point
I
to
don't
say,
have knowledge. If you have some knowledge, can you?
No,
I don't have that much knowledge. I think you have some knowledge about that.
No, I mean, like, if we were to discuss with you about the extent of the realm that we live on right now, like this place that we live, if we were to make discussions about it, then I could give you credit for saying that. Like, we could talk about the end of the Earth or wherever that is. Then we could make some discussions about it. But if we have not made those claims, then it's not a part of our logic that what we need to talk to people about the Earth being a globe or a horizontal plane, being flat. We don't need to make those discussions about the ends. I mean, maybe you want to, but it's kind of like a question you want to ask, but I would say it doesn't matter about it because we don't have the information. So we can't discuss it.
So if you take any point on Earth and you start walking straight and straight, where we get?
Well, this is a problem because whenever you go from point A to point B on the Earth, you want to know where you're going, right? Ken?
No, we don't know where to go.
No.
But
I'm not. Yeah, Ken. I'm not talking about a destination. I'm not talking about where you're going to be at the end. I mean, when you go, like, let's say you want to take off from wherever you live, right? How do you know
Yes.
in which direction you're traveling? How do you know that?
If the earth is flat, we know it's
No.
straight.
No. Right now, let's say you want to go. Like, let's say when you hang up this call and you go outside. How do you know in which direction you are traveling? How do you know this?
Compass, magnetic fields.
There you go. So you use a compass, right? So what is the compass? What information does it show on the compass?
It show North Pole.
Okay. And where is the needle pointing?
North.
Okay. And what is the compass referencing? What is it referenced to?
Referencing means how it show north.
Yes, but what is it referencing? How does the needle point to that north? What is it using?
Magnetic field from Earth.
There you go. So are the magnetic fields in a perfect alignment in such that they're in perfect circles?
I have a video. You know bar magnet.
Oh, I didn't understand what you just said. What did you say?
Bar magnet. Bar magnet.
Bar magnet. Oh, yes, I know what a bar magnet is. Yes.
So when you spread iron fillings on it, it's creates curvature. What we say?
Yeah.
Curve. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know where you're going with it. So you can see the magnetic field lines from that bar
Field
magnet.
is.
Yes. Okay. How do you know they're that way with the Earth?
If Earth has north and south pole.
No, I mean, no. That's not. You can't ask the if question. I want to know, how do you know it's like a bar magnet?
I'm not saying it's bar magnet.
Okay, no. I'm
So
not saying it's.
if
How do you know
Earth
it's? Yeah, the magnetic field lines, Ken. How do you know in which way they actually look to say it's like the bar magnet with the magnetic field lines? When you put the filings, you can see the shape of the magnetic field lines.
Yes.
How do you know? Yes. How do you know it's that way with the Earth? The magnetic field lines.
Because the properties of the magnet is same, just like water H2O molecule.
Okay.
It's not getting changed for another.
Yeah, it's same. So
another
you're
magnet.
saying you're trying to make a correlation. Have you tested to see if any of this? Have you tested to see if this correlation fits the magnetic field lines of the Earth?
If you take any magnet, it would show that shape, curvature like that.
Oh, yeah, I know, Ken. I know you're using a magnet, something you can hold in your hand. What I'm asking for, the Earth itself. How do you know it has the same type of magnetic field lines as the bar magnet?
But I can correlate only, but don't have 100% sure. I think I don't
That's
have
the
that
answer.
type of knowledge.
That's the answer right there. You don't know. Do you think anybody knows in which way? Yeah, hold on, Ken. Do you think anybody knows in which way those magnetic field lines are, the way they look and how they operate? Like in which direction?
No, I don't. I
Okay.
don't know about any.
So let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to the very first point that you brought up. If I walk in one direction, that was what you said, right? But we know that when we travel the Earth, right? When we travel the Earth, how do we know what direction we're traveling? And you said we use a compass, right? And now we're in the magnetic field lines. That's what the compass is referencing. And
The
on top
working
of
of
that,
compass.
well, yeah, that's what you said, right? Okay. So on top of that, you want to know in which direction the magnetic field lines are, and you try to use a bar magnet. But then I said, well, how do you know that the magnetic field lines are working just like the bar magnet in the same orderly fashion that they look in a bar magnet? How do you know that's what the Earth's magnetic field lines look like? And we came to the very end where you said, I don't know. Now, importantly,
I don't have that knowledge.
I know. You think somebody does? You think someone does?
I don't know about others.
Okay. So the important thing right now is that your question about just going in a specific direction where you're going to end up, right? So you're saying if I go in one direction and you're using a compass to help you navigate, then how do you know? The question here is, how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Let me think.
What's the answer, Ken? You could say you don't know, man. That would be the best answer.
No. I'm not gonna say. I will find something.
Go ahead. You can try looking for it, but the question still remains: how do you know you're walking in a straight line?
To walk in straight line, I think I should make something so that I can 100% sure I'm in for going forward in straight line.
Yeah, what would you use? What would you use?
Yes, I'm thinking about that thing.
It's the first time you ever thought about this, huh? It's the first time you ever had to think about it? Because everybody thinks about it, Ken, and we all take it for granted that we're just going to walk in a straight line. It makes sense in our brain, right? That's what's going to happen. But when you actually think about the question, what would you do? And it becomes, well, I have to use if I'm traveling a bigger distance, I'd have to use some way to reference, and I use a compass, and what the compass relies on is magnetic field lines. Magnetic field lines, are they actually straight? And the question starts becoming a little more convoluted to how to figure it out. And now we're at the place where you're really scratching your head on this. Like, I don't know.
What about a straight rod? If you have so many straight rods and we will align in a straight line, then we can think it's in straight.
Yeah, but how do you verify you're walking in a straight line again? Here's the question's coming up.
No. Suppose a straight, a long rod. Straight, and it's straight,
Yeah.
Okay. And we will connect same rod again and again.
Yeah. Okay.
So by this we know that it's in straight.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but my thing to you is how do you know it's straight? What's the way that we verify that road is straight? How are we doing it?
Road is straight? What do you mean? Road is straight.
Well, what did you just say? We're traveling in a straight line. You're going to use a road? Yes?
A rod, not road.
Rod.
It gets rod.
Okay, so how far do you think the rod's going to give us that straight line?
How far? Infinitely?
You have to make it practical. You have to make it practical so that we can all maybe do a test to find out if what you're saying is true or not. That's the way we all. Go ahead.
We need so many material for this.
Yeah, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. So the problem here is the problem we're encountering is that over long distances, there's not going to be a way to reference if you're going in a straight line, especially if you're using a compass.
Yes.
Okay.
Or there should be another way. I don't know, but.
Well, I know, but I'm saying the question still goes back to the question you made is, what if you walk in a straight line? That's what you were asking me, but I'm telling you, see how difficult it is to find out if you actually are walking in a straight line?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's we can in future we can make something, or if somehow I get an idea.
Now here's the other thing I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you can't travel the earth and end up to a location you want to go to. But what I'm saying is, how do you know it's a straight line?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
But
good. Something to think about.
Yes.
You kind of sound like you're smiling back there because you're. It's making sense, isn't it? It's not as easy as you first thought it was. The challenge is always
No.
challenging yourself and.
Someone. I. Hmm. I think there should be some instrument. I can use Google.
I don't care what you use. Use whatever you like.
I'm just searching for this anyway.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ken, we're going to be able to test, verify, and find out if the information is true or not. That's all we care about, really. Does this information check out? Is this true? We want to know.
Let me think. Anyway, bye.
Listen, I've been hogging the mic. I don't know, gentlemen, if you're here, if you want to jump in.
I just got back 5 minutes ago, so.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ken, the issue about like him trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is the way that he thought it was, just asking questions to us, like, what if you just walk in a straight line? We went through NASA images where he couldn't verify things.
Same guy the whole time.
Yeah.
I remember him saying something like you trust. You had a teacher and you trust what he says because he's never been wrong.
Yeah. His religious teacher. I would assume that's what you were saying there. A
religious teacher. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna.
He trusted the Vedic. The reference to the
references scriptures.
What was the name of that? I get the name wrong. Bhagavata or something.
Yeah.
No, Bhagavad Gita is different.
The Earth isn't a ball in the Vedic scriptures.
Well, I know he was saying that the guy who told him that it was trustworthy was saying that. So that was the issue he was dealing with, and I was like,
in the Vedics, there's the universe is a bunch of planes that are stacked on top of each other. Here, I'll post I actually have this on my YouTube channel. I got their videos somebody else made, but I have the playlist. I'll put it in the chat. It's pretty interesting if you want to look at it. It goes through the what the Vedics say that the universe and the Earth is.
What I like too is that I challenged him on every aspect of what he brought up, and he started with the religious text. I didn't shrug him off right away and say, no, let's talk about the physical nature of the Earth. Like, I went straight into what he was proposing. I think it's important because if they have some aspect of why they think the Earth is a globe based on religious text, you have to go back to the religious text and examine what they were talking about. And it seems, at least to the point he was making, he didn't really know if the scripture actually said what it said. So it was very difficult. Ara, did you say something?
Yeah. So Ken is referring to the Bhagavata Puran. It's an Indian holy text in which it refers the globe, the Earth, as a bhugol. Bhugol means a circle. It's not representing the sphere. Even flat Earth can be represented as a circle. So that's a misinterpretation, and people think that in our Vedic literature it represented as a globe, but they didn't see the other side of that. The flat Earth can also be a circle. So the text of Bhugol in Hinduism, it's like a circle, not a sphere. So even flat surface or disc-like shape can also be a circle. That's the interpretation, can also be taken into the consideration.
Yeah, we were talking to Adam Unsalted, which he also said that. He put it in the text, though, that you guys have studied this. Much research has already been done to look into this. But what you're saying is someone, and not who it is, but what teacher is actually saying that this is just showing that the Earth is spherical. You can easily say the text doesn't represent that in the. You can go back to the etymology of the words, right? You can look at what the words mean, and then you can find out whether or not the words were meaning what the person is interpreting them as.
Yeah.
And that's what it was to him. It was the person who was telling him he trusts, right, that person, and they were saying it's a globe. So maybe the person wanted for it to sound like it was a globe, and therefore gave him the impression that he was translating it like that's what it means, the interpretation.
And then moreover, in Hinduism, it's also written as there are 7 seas. Like, we are not talking about the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean. They clearly name those 7 seas are the beyond land in the flat earth. It is represented as the like sea of wine, then sea of sugarcane, and every other stuff. So there are like 7 more seas out of the boundaries of Antarctica. So that's what they mean, but at the end, nobody knows the truth. Yeah.
We have Demi K's your mic is open and it's getting some noise coming in through the speaker. You might want to mute up, sir. Demi K's, if you're there.
And in Hinduism, in India itself, the people don't know their own text. That's a problem.
Do they get their script? I'm gonna ask you because you probably know. Do they get their scriptures like a priest would give their scriptures to their congregation? Is it the same way? Like they don't. The people don't have the ability to go into the word. There's just a priest that does it.
The problem with the Indian people, like they need everything ready-made, and someone just came and just talked, but they don't want to do their own research and just go through the text and what the meaning is actually. So yeah. So there's no one called like a priest in here. The books are available from the ancient times, and yeah. So the problem is the thing that people don't want to explore by their self.
You gotta make the research, yeah. You just gotta do it. All right.
Yeah, in this world, you cannot get the truth ready-made. It's up to you how you connect the dots and came up with actual truth.
Well, in the age of social media, we can talk to each other about it and compare notes.
Yeah.
Seeing what people are talking about.
Yeah. It's better to talk with the people and see their opinions, how their opinions align with one's opinion, and try to find out the common points in between. That will make more easier go dig down to the truth and to explore the truth, what actually it is.
All right, we got some new people jumping in. Thank you very much, Ken, for your conversation. Does anybody else want to chime in? We're challenging people right now whether or not the nature of the earth that they're standing on is an actual globe, or it is just a horizontal plane like they have been seeing it all their lives. So we got Christian that's just joined us right now. Anybody else in here? We've been speaking to Ken for quite some time. We got Sahil, welcome. We got Shay. Anybody else want to chime in?
Oh yeah, hey, I forgot that this is for you. Did you hear me talking about Grokkapedia?
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, you want to do
So see you guys. Have a great day. I'll just connect later.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for thanks for that.
Yeah.
He's Ari is our guy in India, man. Like we only have like 2 that I know of.
Yeah, I know.
It's the second one.
Yes. See ya, guys. See ya. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to do like an event or a show about it, man. Just go through it.
That's good. I think it gives. I mean, Grokkapedia. Is that something new?
They just started it. It's like Musk just started it. Grokkapedia to compete against Wikipedia.
Will it be like Wikipedia? Because that thing is such a gate-kept platform that it's not even funny.
I don't know, but he's saying it's more accurate than Wikipedia. So I want to, fact check that, man. Let's see if it is more accurate. We'll just go through it.
Hey, AV, I posted something in Front Night on Filter.
Did you? All right.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Dude. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I'm reading something else. I read the one after you. Hold on. What?
Yep.
Nuh-uh.
Yep.
What? Oh, snap, dude. I mean, we can mention it. It's just, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
like, what?
Did he just
That-
drop that today? Did he drop that news today?
It was. I saw it yesterday.
That's big ups, man. I mean, not the fact that I agree with everything he says, but yeah, big ups on what he's done. So apparently, El Boricua posted a post, I think today, that Donald Trump put on his Truth Social that there was a big win over climate change. That Bill Gates, it's funny that his last name is Gates because he's a gatekeeper. His whole agenda for having climate change be something that he's propagandizing over the people has been debunked, according to what he's saying there. They won a huge victory. I want to know what that means, though. Like, what did they do? Like, what?
He admitted it was a lie.
He was completely wrong on the issue. He says he admitted that he was
We have
completely
a
wrong.
source
On
for
the
that.
issue.
I want to see the quote, dude. I'm gonna read
Yeah,
it.
exactly that. That's me all day. Where did he say that? That's what's really going to mean. I mean, if the president's saying that, it means a little something. But if he's actually saying that from his own lips, then boy, oh boy. Can you imagine all the people that were advocating for climate change, Indio, now just got like a huge omelet on their face? Just tons of egg, dude. Just talk about
I
a
mean, the
sunk cost
biggest
fallacy.
omelet is when they post picture when people post pictures of like sea level freaking 200 years apart and it's in the same place.
Yeah. Well, the ice caps are melting. Yeah, sure.
Dude, like I seen a thing that said, well, if you like if temperature rose like 1 degree per year forever, it would take something like 5,000 years for Antarctica to melt.
What was the metric or the standard that they were using to measure this change? Wasn't it in the coral reef? I'm mistaken. They were watching. What was something that they were looking
that's a
at?
whack-a-mole thing with the like what metric are they using?
Yeah, what was it? What was the actual kind of like? They got something as the, it's the canary bird in the coal mine. Like that.
Yeah,
that's
the
what's
coral
telling
reefs
us.
are dying, but it turns out that they're not dying. You heard that?
Yeah.
I think
The
like
what?
3 years ago they came out that the coral reefs are actually not dying, and that they're actually like, I think it's like coral reefs are temporary, or something, because they started seeing coral reefs being built in places where they never existed before. So it was something like that. It was some article I read.
There's so much stuff that people just take in and they run with. Oh, we got climate change. But then it's like, India, what do you think why? For what reason? Why are you going to get people so emotional about it? And then
They want they want people to think that they're diseased. These, why are you interrupting, bro? You have zero fucking manners. Okay, so learn your manners. It sounds like you're too young to be on here.
Yeah, it does sound that way.
How old are you? Anyway, this is like the antinatalist thing, right? Where human beings are like a disease on the earth. We're like a virus and we're killing the earth.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We need to control the population. We need to basically eat bugs. You know what I mean? Like we're the problem. Human beings are the problem. So they're trying to create self-loathing and self-hatred and all these things. They're doing this a number of ways, right?
Yeah.
There's a number of ways, another number of avenues. They're doing this with the race thing. They're doing this with the human beings are an issue. And that for some reason, even though we're killing nature, and we should go, even though we're technically, I guess, in their view, we're part of nature. So if the lions decided they were going to dominate and take over everything, they wouldn't want to off the lions, but they want to off the humans for some reason.
Yeah.
So
let's cut down on our numbers.
Yeah, stop having babies. Bad for the environment.
Was
Having
it,
babies is bad for the environment, dude.
Elon Musk was in complete opposition to Bill Gates on that. Like he was, he was talking bad about him by him saying that. We're the opposite when it comes to that.
Well, I mean, they took the pollution thing, which was an actual problem, like littering and all that crap. That was a problem in the 70s. I ain't gonna lie, dude. That was a problem.
Well, no, I mean, there's a practical thing to that. Like there's people just throwing. They were trashy, but they took that to another level, man. It was not just being let's clean up, house or whatever, but it was
they
because
piggyback
of
on that sentiment is what I'm saying, right? So that's how this whole environmental thing came about. Is they piggybacked on the sentiment of people just dumping trash everywhere, and they leverage that into, oh my God, we have to be freaking carbon neutral.
Yeah, because you're dumping trash. Oh, you're hurting the earth. Like I said, there to some effect that people when they, they can affect ecosystems when they start doing that. But because wasn't there dude, I can remember, and I don't want to go too far on this tangent, but like there was a time frame in history that I know you remember where toxic waste was an issue. Where do we dump all this toxic waste from factories?
They're
We're going to dump it over here, dump it over there.
Yeah.
And then what are they doing with toxic waste these days? Like, is there some new way, or are they just not
You're
telling
brushing
you
your teeth with it, brother.
You're brushing your teeth. The fluoride, dude. I know. I mean, isn't that wasn't that the whole issue? Like, where do we got all these barrels of toxic waste? Where are we putting them? Can't put them in the ocean and kill the fish. I mean, you can't put them underground because they'll go into the stuff the crops. So, is that like a hoax too? Like what?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
Think about it. It's a memory hole, bro. Like you always talk about that. It's like nobody talks about toxic waste anymore. Like what happened? Did it just go away magically?
Yeah. Well, imagine what they do with nuclear waste now.
Dude, like I'm saying, like all this stuff, where are they putting it? It didn't just
There must
go
be so
away.
much by now, too. Do you know how much there must be? Like, think about it. They stopped the Clean Water Act, right? That stopped them from dumping the toxic waste in the waters.
Yeah.
That was in the 70s, man. So where'd all that toxic waste go? You got a good point. Like you know how much toxic waste had built up in freaking 50 years?
Yeah, from the 70s to today, and then where are they putting it? Like nobody's even. That's not even on the radar of discussion.
Yeah,
it's not even on the radar of discussion, bro. Nobody's even talking about it. Like, isn't that a big issue? Like, where the heck is it? Like, it didn't just go away.
50 years of it, though. Like, think about that, man. 50 years of toxic waste.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Bro, I have to go outside. I will come back with solid proof to prove you wrong.
Hey, go and do that, Ken. We'll be waiting here, man. Take your
Well, why
time,
would
do
you
your
do that?
research, come back.
Why are you going to go look for proof to prove him wrong? Why do you want him to be wrong? Maybe you should just go look for solid proof of what the truth is.
I will research for it.
Yo, guys, I'm back. I'm back to debate.
No, you're not. You're not here to debate. You're just here to preach to us.
My coffee when I get sick.
You want to talk about Singapore and how great it is and all kinds of stuff. We're not here for that.
No. When did I say that, bro? You guys were the ones who kept asking about it.
Well, here's the thing, man. You had your moment in the sun, and we're gonna let new people join in on the conversation. So you're not gonna dominate this room. The room is meant for new people, not just you, Cryptic. You've been here a while. You can now just take a back seat. You've had your moment to come in and give your best. You've tried and failed. So now we're going to let other people jump in. If we don't have any more conversation, we may ask you.
Yeah, I do want to ask him one question. Just to see if we're absolutely wasting our time with Cryptic here. Cryptic, can you tell me a single flat earth argument that you heard?
Well, they say the moon landing is fake.
That's not a flat earth argument. Over-earthers say that. That has nothing to do with flat earth.
Okay, one moment. Let me think.
So you've been here this long and you haven't been listening the entire time.
No, I know flat earth arguments.
Just tell me one.
Because I've heard a lot of it.
Then tell me.
Don't type into Google. It's not gonna help.
Yeah,
you.
you're looking, dude.
No, I'm not typing.
Yeah, you
it.
are.
I heard
Just
your keys.
go on mute, bro. Just go on.
Okay.
Mute. Just mute
okay.
yourself,
How about
man.
this? How about this? No.
Nope,
This is
we're not
this.
bargaining.
This
Just
is.
mute. Yeah, we're not bargaining. Definitely
We're not bargaining. Sorry. I'll unmute you in just a second. I'm doing it so you won't keep talking. You're not going to dominate the conversation. We're going to talk to new people, man. I'm going to unmute you. Put yourself on the self-mute. Okay? Let's do that. Hey, how's it going?
Fine. Everything is fine.
All right, Khaled, welcome to the room.
Thank you. I just want to ask one question.
What's your question?
What is the beneficial thing from proving that the Earth is flat?
Beneficial? That sounds very subjective. Like you're looking for something that you're going to gain from this. That's a very subjective thing, right? So I would say you could look internally and find out that your worldview, as far as thinking that you're standing on a little floating rock in the vacuum of space, is not true. And this place is a very special one. So it could be more philosophical or religious in that aspect. But as far as like what you're going to get better more than if you knew that, I mean, practically, you still do the same things you do on the Earth, but you only thought it was a globe. See, there's not a... Let me put it this way. Yeah, it is. The Earth that you live on practically is a horizontal plane. It's not practically a globe.
Okay. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
What I am? What is this helping me? How is this helping?
It's helping you understand how to discern what is real and what is not. You start to become a critical thinker, and every aspect of your life, you start to realize that you don't have to take information for granted. You can look into them and find out whether or not you know what you know. So you become more sharp.
I'm really doing that for beneficial thing.
That's good. Yeah, you're asking the small benefit. That's what it's gonna help produce a more critical thinking mind.
Okay. Just for that.
Well, I mean, what do you want? You want to roll out the red carpet and talk about philosophical, implications? Like you start to realize that we're not just, amoebas that didn't have any reason or rhyme. That there's an actual meaning to life because we're put here by a creator.
Actually, no. What is the meaning of life according to my religion? But here we talk about critical thinking. Critical thinking is different from subject to subject. My major is computer science, for example. I have a critical thinking of this area, but I don't have. Not everyone have all the critical thinking of all the subjects of all science.
But you can make your research on the topic. So if we're talking about something specific like the nature of the Earth that we're on, then you can find out whether or not it is what you've been told it is or it's not. You can find information out.
Let me rephrase my questions. My question again. My question is whether the Earth is flat or it's just a ball, a big ball. Any difference with that? What that will be beneficial for me or for anyone?
Yeah, the benefit of knowing.
I'm not.
Are you
I'm not asking philosophical.
Okay, so the benefit. Yeah, so if you're not asking for something physical, then the benefit of knowing if the Earth is flat or a globe is truth. You find out what is true about the nature of your Earth. That's truth.
Okay. Then what?
Then what? What do you mean? Then what? Your question was hold on, dude.
Yeah.
You asked one question. I gave you the answer. Now you're asking another one related to what you want to know more, right? What do we do after that? That's what you're asking, right?
Then we become not beneficial for me.
It should be. Okay, it should be because listen, Khalid, listen. If you're not critically thinking about the Earth being what you observe it to be and what you can test it as it is, then everything that's attached to the narrative of the Earth. See, what people don't understand, Khalid, is that the Earth being a globe is attached to a lot of other derivative narratives. Like you think because you're Earth that's a globe, that there's a giant meteor that's going to explode and kill everything on the Earth, like a planet. Then you could think that you're running out of resources because this planet is only so much resources and we're using them all. So there's a lot of derivative topics that are attached to the main topic of the Earth being a globe. It's not the fact that the Earth being a globe is going to, like, one way or the other, move the needle on how you're practically going to live your life, but because you believe that you live on a planet that's a ball in the outer space, that there's a lot of other things that are attached to it that your mind is thinking that's true. This is the problem, and you don't know that. It's like the undercover problem that you just think, well, it's just a globe or it's flat. That's not really going to make me. I'm still going to go to work. Yeah, you're going to go to work not thinking that you're going to get struck by a meteor or an asteroid or whatever. It's going to kill you, or the gas prices are going up because we're running out of oil. Like you're not going to be controlled by these, sir. You're not going to be controlled by these narratives. So it's beneficial to understand that you live in a world of truth where these other derivative narratives of thinking that you live on a globe are connected to it.
So we are all have a false view for the world, and you or the flat Earth thinker think this is the truth. The plan is flat. Okay, let's go with that. Let's say I'm with you with that. Okay, so this is not what actually I meant by beneficial. I'm making my question out of something that let's say that the Earth is flat. Okay, so what is I don't talk English out, but what's happening if the Earth is flat, and also there is a dangerous of all you just say it already exists. All the dangerous you just say it are already exist.
You think that those dangers already exist?
Yeah.
No, they don't. What you realize once you understand the nature of it. Hold on, Kelly, you have to let me respond, brother. You had time to respond. Let me.
Okay.
So you understand the nature of the Earth being a globe. Everything that's attached to that globe, anything else that they say, right? Climate change. We were discussing it earlier before you jumped in. Climate change, or like I said, an impending danger from something that's going to strike the Earth being a globe. It's a planet in outer space, or we're overpopulation. There's too many people on this planet. There's a lot of things that there's a doom and gloom about. You believe that. You think those dangers still exist, even if you still think the Earth is flat. They don't exist. You can start to realize that everything that they've told you about the nature of the Earth and what's happening on it is not true. None of those things can be true, because the Earth isn't what they said it was. So you start to break through all of these narratives because you have that single truth that you're standing on is the Earth that what it is and not what they're telling you it is. It's important, sir.
Okay, I just begin my talking with a question because I need to know. I need to know the truth. So
yeah, of course. Yeah, we all do. Everybody is in search for the truth, Khalid. Everybody is. But we don't know unless we ask. Unless we listen. If you don't challenge yourself, you're never going to find out. You never are going to find out. You're just going to always believe whatever's told to you. But it starts from when you ask the question, how do I know what I know? Right? That's where it starts. Yeah. And then you can start to find out whether or not you can ask us, you can talk to other people, and you can find out if it's true or not. You can test it, you can verify it, you can.
This will lead us to another big questions I had, but I don't have time for that. I'm talking about the flat Earth because I need to know the truth. So
Yeah, we all do, man. Like that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
yeah, I will assume I don't know whether the Earth is flat or it's just a ball. How to prove that the Earth is flat? Just by anything. Send me an article, a book, anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's material you can look into, like laser tests. One done over Lake Balaton. That's a very famous one. Which
Those are books?
a laser. Say again.
Those are books.
It's a PDF you can look into.
Okay. Okay. I think.
Well, you know the best way to. Yeah, I know. Well, hold on, Khaled. The best way to do it is just to go to our server. It's in the YouTube. It's in the YouTube bot, the very top. There's a link to our server, and on the bottom of the server, there's a lot of categories where you could look into, like what I just mentioned, the laser test over Lake Balaton, and then you can look at what they've done. Their PDFs are there. They're all as much information as you want. We've collected over the many years that we've been doing this, and we're presenting to the world actually. And you can challenge those. Come in here and ask us questions about those. So I hope you do look into that. It's in the YouTube bot that's right above. You see, there's two YouTube bots.
Yeah.
One of them has a link to. One has a link, or maybe both do. Let me check. They have a link to the server. The discord.gg//flat earth.
27.
Yeah. 24/7. Yeah, click on that thing and become a member there. Become a member there and go to the bottom of that server. There's a lot of categories on all the topics that we talk about. And you can look at the research that we've done over the years. Many people have contributed to this research. And if you have any questions about it, you can ask us. You come back later or whatever. But it's far more information there than we could cover in a day, talking about the different topics.
Of course, yeah. There's a lot of questions in my mind, and I can't phrase it here. So I think if I have some free time, I will go there and check what is the material.
Sounds good, man. But yeah, don't be afraid to ask those questions. Come in here and have a conversation with us. Sometimes, I'll put it to you like this: you can come into this room when we're having discussions with other people, and it might sound a little bit hostile, and we're trying to work on that so that people can actually feel a little bit easier to ask questions. But yeah, the environment sometimes in here, it gets that way because the nature of the topic. The topic is very provocative. People don't know how to react when it comes to, like, they've been told their whole lives the earth is a globe, and we're challenging them on that. So you have to understand that this is the place that we're challenging people on.
Yeah, of course.
And then it's flat, definitely.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, but look into all those topics that we have at the bottom of the server. That's going to really help. If you're going to make some more questions,
I'm just thinking that let's say I'm a critical thinker, that I need the root argument of your beliefs that the earth is flat. So just I need to read the material to know those roots.
Yeah, you can look over the material, but then you always got to come back and check with us and ask us. There might be, I'll put it to you like this, there might be some arguments or some material there that's a little dated. So you can come back and ask us if we're still using this or not. So it's, at some point, I guess people have to comb through what's put in there and stuff. And I'd say.
Okay.
We do try to stay up to date as far as we can with the arguments so that people can be more inquisitive about what our position is. We differ from other flat Earth rooms that you've ever been in, and the reason that we do is because we don't like to have these arguments that are not beneficial to somebody that's coming into the topic the first time?
Yeah, of course I will see. I will just come back to ask more questions about that.
Sounds good, man. We got some new people. Thank you, Khalid. We got some new people jumping in. If you guys want to ask some questions or perhaps have a discussion with us about the nature of the Earth that you are on right now. If you think it's a globe, please chime in and give us the best position for advocating why it is. Just hanging out with you guys on a beautiful Thursday morning, 10:37 the a.m. for me. It's nice weather outside too, nice and crisp, 50 degrees.
$50 here. It's 11:34.
Doesn't it feel good, man? That sweater weather, Radwan? I so love fall. Favorite time of the year.
Yeah, winter is my favorite, so doesn't. It's raining right now.
I'd never take you for a winter kind of guy. I think you're more like a spring summer.
No. You can put clothes on when you're cold, but you can't take them off when you're hot.
Yeah. I think people look a little more, what's the word here? Dapper. I don't know if I'm using that correctly. In the wintertime, you know, with their clothes and everyone looks nice, and yeah, just the atmosphere is different. Welcome to the room, man. We got Don Julio in here. Welcome, Don Julio. Josh Ingersoll's joining us. Nate has joined us. Nate, welcome.
I'm always here.
Sergio,
Hello, thank you.
welcome, Nate. We got Tunes, Luis Tano.
Sergio, I am here, Sergio. I don't know if there is another
Sergio.
one.
How are you, man?
Hi. Fine. Everything is okay. And you?
Pretty good. What country are you coming at us today from?
I'm from Spain.
Ah, that's the motherland for me. That's where I came from. My last
okay.
name, which I'm not going to say, but it is from there.
Okay. But I was born in Peru.
Oh, so you're not from Spain?
Yes, I am living right now in Spain for 22 years. You know, midlife living here.
There's a famous flat earther that lives there. Is a conspiracy music guru. He's a real good friend of ours.
Oh.
He does a lot of music for Flat Earth. He's been doing it for a while.
Okay.
They call him the Flat Earth. Well, he has like a country twang when he speaks. He doesn't actually speak like the way he sings. He's a Flat Earth man. So, kind of sounds a little bit like country meets Elvis or something like that. Yeah, he's in Spain though.
I need to go, guys, because I need to get lunch in a couple of minutes. So
Yeah, have a great day, Sergio. Thanks
thank
for dropping
you.
by.
Bye bye.
Ben's X10, welcome to the room.
Hello. Just want to bring some topic here. I've got
Go
a
ahead.
question. So, if the Earth is flat, so why do pilots fly the curved path instead of straight line?
Well, that's a mistake. They don't fly in a curved path. they're charting their course on a world map that looks like a curved path, but the actual navigation over the surface of the Earth, whether or not they're flying that curve, we don't have a way to determine that. So there's no way that they're going to say that they're flying over a curve, because all they know is that they're utilizing the Earth as a horizontal plane. They're flying over a flat Earth according to how they do their job. So that question, I know what you mean, but you've only seen that in the way they are plotting their course over one of those maps, the world map.
Yeah, because that's what they're saying. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
talked to pilot before.
that's fine. You can say that, but as far as like their navigation across point A to point B, whether or not they know they're flying over a curve, there's no way. They don't know that.
Okay.
But I
So
get what you're
Nate,
saying.
what you're talking about is projecting the latitude longitude coordinate system on a certain type of map, like the Mercator map. The Mercator map's a square or a rectangular grid. So you're confusing the coordinate system with the actual path the plane is taking. So if we use a polar grid, I can show you a photograph from a pilot inside the cockpit where they use a polar grid. And on the polar grid, the plane's path looks straight. Right? But if you took that and then he projected that onto the Mercator grid, that path is going to look curved. It's not the actual plane path. It's just a projection onto a map. Understand?
Yep.
Don't confuse the map with the actual territory.
In many flights, you have TV screens in front of your seats, like in the back of the seat or whatever. They have a screen in front of you, and they will be projecting the flight path on a globe grid. You'll see like it's like a globe, and you see the airplane flying around the globe, and that's what you see. Oh, I'm on a globe flying on the airplane.
If for those of you who have missed it, there was a special website that a guy named Kin provided us, and this image here was the first photograph ever that was shown lateral curvature of the Earth. I'll post it in the text for you guys to see. This is one of their websites, NASA website. 90 years of our changing views of the Earth. That is 21,000 feet above the Villa Mercedes in Argentina. And then the Andes Mountains, according to what it says here, is 287 miles away. 287.
Yeah, I got you. But why do you think they use okay, I can't say this spherical trigonometry to calculate the distance, like from Spain to Australia, like that?
Nobody ever did that in their life.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
Rohan is the he's following along the
what's the
topic of
command
the
to
room.
kick people out again? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't have it for this one. I don't think I've ever banned anybody from here, to be honest.
No, I can text mute him.
Oh.
Force him to come in here.
That would make him want to come in here. Anybody know how to text me, Rohan?
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Give me a sec. 1 sec. I'm gonna warn him first.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Indio. How are you, man?
Hey yo,
good,
I'm
man.
here. I'm here. What up?
Yeah, dude. Nobody said trust us, Rohan.
Okay. But can
Let
I
me
can I
ask you
just say
this.
something?
Let me ask you a question. Can you figure
Yeah.
out? Can you figure out what the Earth is yourself, or do you have to just simply trust somebody else?
Well, it depends.
No, it doesn't depend.
It does.
Either you can or you can't.
No, that's just your condition.
No,
Telling me
that
that I
is
can or can't.
can a human being figure out for themselves? Yes or no?
Well, see, I just have one question, right? And
No, answer my question, Rohan. It's rude to
I did
answer a
already. I
question with a
said that it
question. That's
depends.
rude. That's bad manners. Okay, so answer my
Yeah, I
question.
already answered it. I said that it depends. I can't give a
That's not an
definitive
answer. It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, if somebody doesn't tell me, I would have probably gone on the NASA website and figured it out or looked at research.
That's no. I said figure it out yourself. That's going to somebody else to figure it out.
There's no NASA
Well,
website. There's no
I
internet.
don't have the resources to
You go
figure it out. I
outside
don't
and
have.
figure it out for yourself.
So if you had the resources, theoretically, you could figure it out yourself.
Yeah, I would send a
Okay.
spaceship to space if I had.
Well, how do you know
billions of
you can do
dollars.
that in the first place?
Because if I had billions of dollars,
How
I
do you
would
know that you
probably.
can do that in the first place?
How do I know that if I can do
Yeah,
that
that
in
you
the
can
first
send a
place?
spaceship into space. How do you know any of that?
Because money. What do you mean?
Because money?
Yeah, because money.
That's not an
It's that
answer.
simple.
I said,
That
how
is
do
an
you know
answer.
that? And you said because
See,
money.
the thing is, I'm actually getting to an elaborated version of your question in my answer, but you're not letting me do that.
Well, dude, because money is not a fucking answer, dude.
All
I
right,
said,
you
how do
want me
you
to
know that you
describe
can
the
do that
entire
yourself
process?
because money? You're going to
Right.
make
So
some
first of all,
stupid...
if I had,
Listen, Rohan,
if I had $1 billion, I would hire a team.
you're just telling me you believe it even harder.
I would hire a bunch of people to build a spaceship and send it to space if I had the money for it.
No, you can do that in the first place.
I know I can do that because people want money, right? And I would pay them a lot to do it. There we
Okay,
go.
but how do you know they can do it, dude? How do you know anybody can do it at all?
Well, I would look
If
at their
no one had
backgrounds,
ever
if they
done it
have.
before, if no one had ever done it before, you had never
That's
heard of outer
hypothetical.
space, you just woke up, you're the only person in this world, nobody else is in this world, would you have figured it out?
That's hypothetical.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we know you like
that
to
doesn't add
to
much
use your
value there.
imagination.
Yeah, but that
We,
doesn't
we
add
know you like to
value,
use
right?
imagination. It does. Go to
Guys, I
imagination
just
land.
have. Okay, wait. I answered
How
a
do you
bunch
figure
of
it
your
out?
questions. Can I ask something?
You want to know, Rohan, what we're doing here? Do you understand what you're doing or what we're doing? See, I'm asking you
Bro,
for
I just
evidence.
have a very
And what,
simple
why
question,
did you
man.
interrupt me? I'm asking you for evidence for what you believe to be true, and you're just making silly sociological claims about how you believe. there's people that can-
Sociological. Let me Google
yeah,
that
they're
word.
sociological claims. You're making evaluations of what human beings can and can't do. You're not making evaluations of what's in the. Why are you interrupting me again? You rude little shit. Really simply, we're asking you for evidence in the physical and natural world, not what you think other people may or may not have done. We don't care what you think they may or may not have done. So we don't care what you believe other people can do. We don't care what you believe, how much money something costs. We don't believe in any of that. We want the physical evidence that you have, that you know any of that shit's even possible. Because just tell me you believe it doesn't tell me anything. Do you have any physical evidence that you can take a rocket and go to space? Rohan?
Can I ask a question or?
Did I just ask you a question?
Yeah, just a sec. What?
I just asked you a question. You obviously weren't listening, so I'm going to ask it again. What evidence do you have, other than what you think other people might know? What evidence do you, personally, you have that you can take a rocket and go to space and look at the Earth?
Because first off, your question was hypothetical, so I answered it hypothetical, right? Because then it wouldn't make sense if I answered your hypothetical
Repeat my question that I just asked you. Repeat my question that I just asked you back to me. Repeat it to me. What did I just ask you?
Oh, it's pretty simple. How do I know whether I can take a rocket to space? If I had the money for it.
I didn't ask you how you know. I asked you what evidence you have.
What evidence do I have?
Yes, the evidence. What evidence do you have you can take a rocket and go to space and look at the Earth?
Yeah, there was a live stream of the rocket actually going into the orbit. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So your evidence is you watched the screen.
My evidence is I watched.
Yeah, your evidence is you watched the screen. Yeah, you watched the screen and they said, here's an image of a rocket going into orbit. And you were like, I believe that.
Why wouldn't I believe that?
Why would you?
Why would I?
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, why would you believe that?
Why would I believe that? Because why wouldn't I believe that? Why would?
Because it's a fantastic. Because it's a fantastic, crazy claim.
Fantastic, crazy claim.
Yeah,
I see.
They're claiming they built a fucking 2-story fucking rocket and went around a giant a giant ball that's sitting in a fucking vacuum that's nearly fucking infinite, and to go to a place where they drop things and things don't fall. Okay. Yeah, that's a crazy claim. That's a crazy claim, Rohan. That's a crazy claim.
Really? That's a crazy claim?
Yeah, that is a crazy claim. Do you have any experience with that?
I mean, this seems like a cult, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so your social commentary, nobody gives a shit. This is what I mean by all you have is sociological bullshit. You have no evidence.
Sociological. Okay.
Yeah, sociological. Comments about what people would do, about what they should do, about what you think they know, about your comments are about people. They're not about the physical and natural world. Is science about people or is it about experiments and observations in the physical and natural world, Rohan?
I'm just talking about my perspective here, and
we don't care. We don't care about your opinion. We literally do not care about your opinion.
I'm talking about perspective. No, I'm right here.
We do not care about your subjective opinion, Rohan.
You guys are
based
making
upon
claims
ignorance.
that Earth is flat. Right, that's cool. I get that. That's a cool
Why?
to make.
Why do we
But
think that, Rohan?
in my eyes,
Yeah, no.
since I don't
Why
know
do
you
we
guys
think that,
personally, in
Rohan?
my eyes,
Why,
it's just like,
Rohan? Shut
oh,
up.
these are a bunch of guys making claims
Yeah,
that the
okay,
Earth
you're
is
going on
flat.
mute.
up，不让他说了，shut up 啊！
You're hot micing. Rohan, we're gonna try this again. Okay. You're not getting on your soapbox. You're gonna tell us why we think the Earth is flat. Because we don't care about your evaluation unless you actually know our position. So what is our position, Rohan? Why
Your
do we think the
position,
Earth is
are you a
flat?
rocket scientist? Are you doing
Answer my
research?
fucking question. Why do we think the Earth is flat?
Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Maybe because it's a cultist belief.
No, but
That's
no.
why.
But that's not a reason, dude.
That is a reason. That's why you believe
Because
that the
it's a
Earth is flat.
cultist belief is not a reason to believe the Earth
It
is
is.
flat.
Every
A
human
cultist
needs
would be.
purpose,
My cult
and this
leader
gives you
told me
purpose.
the Earth was flat. Okay, that would be a reason. I want the reason, dude.
Nah, a cult.
Yeah, so you don't know the reason why we think it. You have no clue, do you?
I do.
What
I
is
do
it
why you
then?
think it.
Then what is
I
it?
think this gives you a purpose.
Okay,
that you
last.
believe that the
Oh,
Earth is
so
flat.
another psychological, sociological argument.
You can prove me wrong.
This-
I mean,
you-
that's what you're here to do.
Okay, I will prove you wrong. We think the Earth is flat because you observe and use the Earth as flat. We've measured the Earth to be flat using all sorts of devices. Lasers, infrared, long distance observation, radio waves, microwaves, you name it. All different types of technology demonstrate that the Earth is flat. Okay? Do you know how? Because the water that's on the surface of the Earth, it has to be curving for the Earth to be a ball, right? Because the hypothesis is there's gravity, and the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and that gravity forms the Earth into a ball. So that means the water is in the form of a ball, and that the water has to curve on its surface. Well, we can just go measure to see if the water actually is curving on the surface, and it is not. That is why we think the Earth is flat, not for any fucking sociological reason.
But for that, but if the Earth was flat, we would know that it's flat.
Yeah, we do know. That's what you observed. You've never seen the Earth as a ball. You saw a screen.
But at the same time, you tell me that I've seen a screen, and then why
Yeah.
would all these media channels lie about Earth not being flat?
Okay.
Like, what are they getting out of it?
So, Rohan, okay. If you go on YouTube right now and type in video from the ISS, you'll get it says live stream of the ISS. That's not actually the live stream. You know that, right?
Okay.
Because the actual live stream is on NASA's HDEV site. And if you go on that, the video they show isn't going to be the one that's on YouTube. This illustrates a perfect point, is that you can't tell the difference between what is actually a live stream and what is not.
No, you can't tell what's a live stream and what
Okay,
is
so
not.
the one on YouTube, you already said that was the live stream when it's not. That's pre-recorded.
that it is?
No, it's pre-recorded HDEV video that they live stream to YouTube. So in that sense, it's live, but it's not live from the ISS. And you can't tell the difference.
Well,
Can
the
you?
Earth's,
And you
I mean,
can't tell the difference, can you?
if a celestial body is massive enough,
Yeah,
its own
cool
gravity
story,
will put it
bro.
into a spherical form, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Can you
Yeah.
demonstrate? Okay. What's the experiment that shows that's actually true?
What is the experiment that shows that?
Yeah. You just made a hypothetical. Yeah, a celestial body would be formed into a ball. Yeah. Okay. What's the actual experiment, the observation, or the mathematics which demonstrate that to be true?
I mean, it's literally physics.
Yeah. Literally, physics is not an answer. Give me the mathematics.
Yeah, walk us through it.
Look,
You
bro,
can just
give
walk
us
us
either
through
the
it.
mathematics, the observation in nature, or the experiment in a lab which demonstrates that claim to be true.
Well, what I
Yeah,
fail
that's
to
right. You can't do it
understand-
because no one's ever done it.
no one's ever done it.
It's never been
That's a bold
observed.
claim.
Listen, planets have never been observed to form, or stars never been observed to form at all, much less knowing the cause of why they would form. Okay? Just because they appear to be circles or spheres now doesn't mean they form because of the reason you say, right? No one knows why they formed because no one's ever observed
Nah,
it.
this is not my reason. This is Google's reason. I
This
would
is
rather
good.
believe
Oh
Google.
my goodness gracious! It's Google's reason. Did you really say
Wait.
that?
I
You said
mean,
we're in
the
a cult. You're in a
daily,
cult
the
of
things that
Google,
you
dude.
do
You're
on a
not even
day-to-day
ruled by
basis are
people. You're
also
ruled by
backed
a
by
fucking
science. So I
goddamn
feel like you're
AI.
contradicting your entire existence on
Dude, you're in a
something
fucking
that you
cult of
think it is.
Google.
Because
Dude,
if you don't
your
believe in
worldview
any
came from
institution, if you
Google
don't believe
and
in Google, you
YouTube.
don't believe in anything, then
No,
I
I
feel
believe in
like you
lots of
shouldn't shower,
things.
you shouldn't brush your teeth,
I believe that you're
or
a
you
troll.
shouldn't
I believe you have
shouldn't
no
sleep for 8
argument.
hours
I
either.
believe that you're just coping right now.
Coping
You haven't
I
made a
believe he's in
single
a cult,
argument,
and I can prove
Rohan.
it.
I mean, I wouldn't care if the earth is flat or round. I'm just like getting your explanation. I feel like there's so many contradictions in what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like no one cares what you feel like, dude. You
No, I
can't
mean,
point
no,
out a
there are
single
Indio,
contradiction I said, Rohan.
what you're saying.
You
Because
can't
one
point out
can
a
I ask
single
him a quick
contradiction
question?
I
believe
said. So
anything
now,
anybody
so now this
else
is the thing we
says.
typically deal with,
Literally,
Rohan, is you guys
shouldn't be
resort to
showering, you shouldn't
lying.
be using a toothpaste either, or you shouldn't be doing all these things, right? If
What are
you
you
do those, then
talking
you're
about?
contradicting yourself.
Where was it? No, that's an all or nothing fallacy. It's not a. You're making
No,
all or
it's not an
nothing.
all
Either you
nothing
accept.
fallacy.
Look,
It's
Rohan.
pretty simple.
No,
You said it.
you're trying to
You clearly,
voice. You're trying to
you
say
clearly said
if you
that
don't do an all or nothing fallacy, that you're contradicting
you
yourself. That's
clearly
horseshit.
just mentioned that
Yeah.
it's all
Clearly,
the claims are
you're
coming from
wrong
other
because you
people,
tried to. No,
right?
because it's a logical
Right?
fallacy,
So
Rohan.
wait, if you
It's an
didn't
all or
invent showering, you
Rohan.
shouldn't shower either then, right?
You got no.
Does
That's
that
a
make
logical
sense?
fallacy. Okay, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. That you have to accept everything that someone says or nothing. That's a fallacy.
Everything someone says or nothing.
Yeah, so everything science purports to say, you have to accept all of it. But if you dispute one part, you have to dispute it all. That's horseshit. That's an all or nothing fallacy.
Well, if
Yeah,
you take a small
and it's not a
blob of clay
contradiction.
and
Good
shape it
try
into,
though
you
with
know, rough
rhetoric. But
uneven lump,
rhetoric
and
will
like you
not
dip
rule
it
the
into a
day
bowl
here.
of water, that kind of reduces friction. And you know, it's like over time the clay becomes more rounded. It's because gravity exists, you know, the
Okay, cool
gravity
story,
is
bro.
making that
Yeah, so anyone
thing
observe that?
round.
Yeah, anyone
And
observe
there is
that?
gravity in
Yeah,
space, which
has
means
anyone
the Earth would
observed
be
that?
round.
Well, let me ask you, Rohan, is science based upon empirical observation? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, you're going on mute. You're an idiot.
Wow.
Yeah, he's created his fantasy world, and he won't allow anyone to take it away from him. And to be into that position, he has to deny the reality and the truth. So obviously, he's on mute. How can you
He
say
just
no?
said science is not based upon observation when science is defined as the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Now, if you don't observe nature, which is what science is about, how do you say anything about the thing you're not observing?
Exactly. Yeah. You know, he wasn't listening to what you were saying. He just wanted to talk about his fantasy. That's all he was doing. Just going on like a robot. That's all he was doing.
He just wanted to chant that we're in a cult and, you know, whatever.
Yeah, silly. There are measurements. When you hear the word measurement, when you hear the word measurement, that's integrity right there. Because you're now going to be examining using whatever unit you're going to use to measure, but now you're making a concise observation now, or measurement of your observation, let's say.
Sheepdog, you want to talk sense?
I did want to ask him a question to see if he was in a cult. Should I unmute him for a moment and ask him this question?
Yeah. Feel free. I got what I wanted. Say something stupid.
Rohan, I got a question for you, man. I want to know if you're in a cult. So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
But the Earth is like 7,000 kilometers wide. How would you know if it's curving or not?
You're in a cult, bro. You're in a cult. You can't even answer the question.
A cult would mean that I
your
have a
cult won't
belief
let you
that's out
answer
of
the
the
question.
normal. I feel like you're in a cult, though. Think about it, because
You are. You can't even answer the question honestly.
Sticking with it, that's a cultish belief.
You can't even answer the question honestly.
No,
I can prove that I'm not in the cult because I will answer every question from here on out.
I mean,
Whatever question you want, I'll answer it honestly. I bet you won't answer my questions honestly.
The Earth does curve. I don't know what
Really?
you're talking
How
about.
much?
The Earth does
How
curve.
far away is the horizon?
What?
How far away is the horizon?
How does that matter?
How far away is the curve of the Earth?
None of that matter because the Earth does curve.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't because the Earth does.
Well, I mean, if it's curving, then that would matter, right? If it's not curving, then it's what?
But how do you know that it's not curving?
Because the horizon's not where they say it is.
Know what they say it is, and you have seen this yourself.
Yeah, I've gone out and seen it. Most of us have in this room. We do it on a regular basis. This isn't like a one-off thing. You can go check yourself. How far away is the horizon?
What a cult is, right? Now you have a belief in your head that the Earth is actually flat, and now your brain is just finding reasons for it to be true.
Rohan, close your Dorito shoot for a second. In fact, as a hobby, I jump out of airplanes. You know the things Globers come in here and claim they see the curvature from? No matter the altitude, no curvature when I jump.
Maybe your field of view doesn't allow it. How do you know that? Maybe the field of view that your eyes perceive, your eyes can only see so far, right?
You don't even know how far the horizon is. You don't know anything.
That doesn't matter because your eyes
does
can only
matter.
see
It
so
does
much.
matter.
So whether I know
Because we're talking about
whether
curve
horizon
over
or
distance.
if it's
We're talking
not,
about curve over
your eyes
distance,
still
Rohan.
work the
Hold
same
on,
way.
We're talking about
It
curve
doesn't
over
matter
distance.
if I know.
Jen, let me ask you, Rohan. If it doesn't matter, then do boats go over the curve?
Do birds go over the curve?
Boats, ships. When ships sail away, do they go behind the curve?
Well, the Earth's curve is so big that you won't notice it even if they do. Yeah.
Right. So how far? So how far away is the curve when boats start to go behind the curve? Does the sun set behind the curve?
Well, see, the logic is pretty simple here.
Does the sun set behind the curve?
If the boat is hitting that curve, you wouldn't notice that it's curving because the Earth is so huge.
Look, is the Earth spinning?
You wouldn't notice the curve.
Is the Earth spinning?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of
Okay, and then does the sun set behind the Earth when the Earth spins?
That depends, right?
The Earth is spinning. The sun comes across the sky because the Earth is spinning, and when the sun sets, it's now nighttime because the Earth is facing away from the sun, right?
Wait, let me just Google this for a minute. What?
Oh my God!
No, I mean I would believe whatever Google says because it's just
You have no knowledge. You have no knowledge. You got to keep googling. You got no experience. Nothing. You're empty here.
Dog, see, it's.
How dare you tell us where to call? How dare you? No. How dare you?
Bro, of course I'm gonna be a little.
No, Rohan. How dare you say to Rohan? Shut up. Shut up. How dare you tell us we're in a cult when you have to Google what you already believe?
Well, because you're in a cult. Because one.
Yeah, no, you're in a cult. You have to Google what you already believe. You already believed it.
Second of all, you genuinely believe this, right? So that's how cults work.
Dude, you believe shit you don't even know. You have to Google.
The ordinary, and they stick
Rohan, shut your fucking pie hole, dude.
And I'm not.
Or I'm gonna shut you up. 3.
I'm actually looking
2.
at various references.
1. Rohan.
Yeah.
You believe something, and you have to Google it.
So.
You already
What does that
believe it.
prove?
Without the information required to justify the belief. Why did you just interrupt me? Why did you just interrupt me? Why did you just interrupt me? Dude, this is very fucking simple. You believed it and then had to Google for the information to justify the belief. You have to check with your fucking cult to see what you should believe and why you should believe it. You're the one in a cult. You're projecting your own fucking problems on us.
That's not how it works, though. That's not what a cult
It's
is.
exactly how it works.
No, not really. I think you're not understanding meaning of what a cult actually is.
Yeah, there's a dogma, and you have to believe in the dogma. You already believe it. You're
Well, those are
checking
just
what the
fancy terms
dogma
that mean
is.
nothing.
You
Because a
had to
cult
check
is a
what
relatively small.
Rohan. You had to check what your dogma was. You had to check with the frickin' high priest to see what you actually believe.
He literally said, I literally told him exactly how the globe Earth works, that the Earth is spinning, and because it's spinning, the sun moves across the sky, and when the sun goes away and it becomes nighttime, it's because the Earth is facing the opposite way from the sun. Hold on, let me go check Google.
He had to check. He had to check to make sure you had the correct dogma. Literally. Does Sheepdog have the correct dogma? Rohan?
There's no way a flat earther could get.
Does Sheepdog have the correct dogma? So when you Google to check Sheepdog, is he saying the right thing?
Depends on what he's saying.
As the Earth is traveling around the sun, the Earth is spinning on its axis. When it's daytime, the Earth is facing the sun, and when it's nighttime, the Earth is facing away from the sun. Because the Earth is spinning, the sun moves across the sky, and when the sun sets behind the curve of the Earth, it's now dark time because the Earth is facing away from the sun. That's what you believe, right?
I believe that there are different times in the day wherein in some parts it's night and in the other part of the earth it's day. So of course the earth.
Why is it nighttime in some places? Why isn't the sun shining on those places?
The sun isn't shining on those places because one, the earth is spinning and the sun. I mean, it's spinning around the sun, and when the earth is spinning, within the 24-hour cycle, in some places it's day because the it just changes. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
It's because the earth is spinning. That's why it's round and it's spinning. That's why that happens. The 24-hour cycle.
I think you should Google it again to find out. You should Google it again to find out what you believe.
This guy, bro. It's not that hard to understand, dude.
I mean, look at this point. It's your
when the Earth is facing
and SpaceX.
When the Earth is facing towards outer space,
I would believe them over you guys. I don't get what is so like confusing
We don't want you to
about
believe
that.
us.
Yeah, it's not about believing, right?
It's not about believing us.
Technical, strong.
But here's the thing, Rohan.
From my
I used to believe in the globe for 39 years.
You know what I mean?
I now know the globe better than most globe earther believers. There's a reason why I'm a flat earther. I know the globe better than you.
I mean, the Earth. I just googled why the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat because gravity pulls matter together into the most efficient shape.
Okay, great. We already covered that. I said let's check that hypothesis. What was the experiment, observation, or mathematics?
The
which
experiment
demonstrate
was
that?
if you dip a mushy round of clay into water, after some time, that
What does that have to do
ball
with
of
gravity
clay
forming
becomes
things into a
round,
ball?
And that's gravity doing its thing. So why wouldn't that
What
happen
are you
on a much
talking
larger
about?
scale,
So
like the
putting
Earth?
water into clay is gravity?
Putting water into clay,
into water?
but the clay
What
which
did
is
you say?
lumpy,
Say that again.
which has lumps, it becomes
Yeah?
round eventually, and that is because of gravity.
Okay, that's your claim. I want the evidence for the claim.
Evidence for the claim?
Yeah,
The evidence for the claim would be you dipping clay into water and seeing it.
What?
That's yeah. If you
No, the
dip water
evidence
into
that gravity
clay,
forms things into
I mean
balls,
clay into
Rohan.
water,
Try to
you
try
make
to
it
keep
a
up,
mushy
bro.
thing, and
The evidence that
eventually after
gravity.
sometimes it becomes round.
Okay,
Because of
is that caused
gravity.
by gravity? Is gravity the
Yeah,
cause
it's
of
because
that?
gravity. Yeah,
Okay.
gravity is the cause.
We
of that.
want the evidence, right? The observation of gravity forming something into a ball.
The observation. Let me look it up. Let's see if there are any experiments on that.
This is getting better.
Gravity making things round way.
Yeah. The actual
Gravity makes a
observational evidence.
Gravity makes a large celestial body surround because it pulls all matter equally towards the center of mass. And the sphere is the most efficient shape for this.
Is that a claim or is that evidence?
That's not a claim. Wait, there has
That's
to
not a
be.
claim.
You want evidence? Okay. Let's
Yeah,
look
evidence
up
would be
evidence.
you actually make the observation in nature with some type of instrument, telescope, your eyes,
Oh, there's a
freaking
YouTube
microscope.
video.
So shut
I'm
up.
gonna.
Shut up. Why are you interrupting me? So you make the observation in nature, right? And you record the data. That's what we want.
That is
Well, there's a
nice.
YouTube video on it.
Of it being observed in nature?
Have you watched it? Have you watched it?
Yeah.
दिमाग खराब
Yeah,
कर रहा है
I've
क्या
seen
इनका?
it.
Hey, Rudy, you're hot micing.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hello there.
Wait,
Hi.
how do I send this video to you all? Wait, it's called
It better not be a
Gravity
simulation.
Visualized.
No simulations. I said nature.
Yeah, but then
Nature.
that's a wild claim to make.
We can simulate Superman
Isn't it?
flying around. We
Now
can
you
simulate
want,
freaking cars
now you
jumping
want
buildings in
something
GTA.
That is so
coming out of
true.
your terms and conditions, and that's a cultist belief.
That
That's a cult belief.
science. You know that science is based upon empirical observation.
Nah, it's based on simulation as well. It's nowhere
No,
it
it's
says
not.
that simulations are wrong.
No, even if you have a simulation, that simulation has to be verified with a natural observation. Otherwise, how do you know your simulation's
not
right?
really.
How do you
That's
know
not
your
how it
simulation's right, Rohan?
Simulation
I
shows
saw-
us
I saw
how it works
simulation.
Answer this
naturally.
question. How would you know your simulation is correct if you don't compare it to the natural world?
I saw a simulation that the Ninja Turtles were real.
One sec, wait.
Answer my question, dude. How do you check your simulation if it's correct?
By using science, logic, and math.
By using science? No. Science
Yeah,
is...
but gravity is literally.
Rohan, you
Gravity
said
makes
science.
large
What is
objects
science?
around in real life by pulling all
No,
of their
in real
masses
life, they
towards the
do- no,
central point. So I
that's
don't
the
know what
cl-
you're on about. I mean,
Yeah,
the
you can... You
statement
just...
is so simple. Even a
Yeah,
10-year-old
I
could
understand the
this.
idea.
And
Okay,
I feel like
I
you're in a
understand
cult.
that. Rohan,
I feel
shut
like this
up.
thing is a cult.
I understand the idea. I understand the hypothesis.
Yeah, so
I
if you
want the
understand the idea, if you
scientific
understand the
evidence for
hypothesis,
it.
then you already have your
Why
answer.
are you
That's what
over
makes
talking me? You fucking utter clown, dude. I want the scientific evidence for the hypothesis being true.
Bro, the scientific evidence
is the
a
observation.
simulation that you create because gravity universally already
So you just say
exists. So
you're just saying the hypothesis
that
again.
correlates with gravity is
You're just
real.
saying the hypothesis again.
So
I
if
want the
you reject
experimental
that,
result.
You probably are in a cult.
No, I want that. You just state you're in a cult, just chanting the hypothesis over and over again. I want the experiment that
It's not
confirm the
a
hypothesis.
It's real.
Okay, your hypothesis is gravity forms things into balls. Okay, we've heard you 50,000 times say the same thing over and over again. We want the experiment which confirm the hypothesis is true. Go.
State of denial.
Go. You were talking the whole time that you were muted? You know you just been muted for like 30 seconds, right?
Oh no,
You're
I was
psycho.
on a different tab.
No, you're a
I
psycho.
didn't see.
Yeah, you're a psycho.
Oh yeah, I'm totally a psycho for being on a different tab. Yeah, man.
No, you're a psycho
that's
because you're just chanting. You don't even realize you're muted because you're not listening or paying attention. So for the last time, I'm going to ask you
I'm
one
not
more
paying
time.
attention because this is a cult.
What do I want? What did I ask you for?
And I told you, gravity makes celestial
No, what I
objects
asked you
round
for, I want you to
because it pulls
repeat to me what
equally
I
from
asked
all
you so
sides
that you
towards the center
understand.
of Mars, and you can look up the mathematics for this as well if you're that
Mathematics is still the hypothesis.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, mathematics is still the hypothesis. We want the experiment which confirmed the
Well,
hypothesis.
if everything according to you is a hypothesis, then that is a cult, right?
No,
That's a
no,
cultish
no,
belief.
no.
Everything according to you is
That's a non
hypothesis,
sequitur.
Everybody's lying.
If everything is
For
a
some
hypothesis,
reason,
you're in a
people are lying
cult.
that the Earth
You're
is
a
flat,
retard,
and
dude.
that is a
Okay,
cultish
I'm done,
belief.
dude. Yeah, dude, you stop making sense. You're in full fucking cult mode. Okay? Scientific claims, scientific hypotheses require experimental validation of the hypothesis. This is called the scientific method. Okay? So, one more time. You need to do two things when I unmute you. You need to tell me what I asked you for, and then provide it. What did I ask you for, Rohan?
Here, give me a minute.
What did I ask you for, Rohan?
You asked me. Wait, how would you see that though? You would need to go to space for that.
Okay, what did I ask you for?
But you would have to go to space.
3 times I've asked you now.
Yeah, but
4 times. This is the last time I'm asking you, and then I'm kicking you out of this chat. Okay? What did I ask you for? What did I ask you for?
Just a sec.
I asked you for evidence of the hypothesis is true. So this, that might have been frustrating, but I wanted to do an exposition on a fucking cultist accusing us of being cultists, which is freaking batshit crazy.
Just prove it to you of the YouTube, though.
Yeah, watch the simulation. There's my evidence. I made a video game.
It's from the BBC, though.
Anyway, thanks for that, Indio. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do was just prove that he was in a cult.
Dude, he didn't even understand the fucking.
He had to Google his own belief. What are you talking about? He had to Google his own belief, didn't he?
He had to Google day and night cycle.
The video.
Yeah, just nuts.
And I was gonna give him all of that, and then ask him how far away the curve of the Earth was. If the sun goes behind the curve of the Earth, how far away is that curve?
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just too much, man. The guy was completely lost. What was demonstrated there, ladies and gentlemen, is that you can have your theories down on paper and the numbers dial in.